Hello everyone, Richard here from Hola Prime. Welcome to Thursday's morning session. Joining me today, we got Howard and Walter. How's it going, guys?
All good.
Hey, all good, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Really,
not
really
too bad, not too bad. How's the markets been treating you? I know you were away, Walter, at a conference, right?
Yeah, that's right. So I was away for about a week or so. I was
Awesome.
still trading. I wasn't as active in the markets for like the past week because you know, a lot of the networking events were like for the whole day. But I was still keeping an eye on the markets, and I've been sort of like actively trading the past few days now.
Gotcha.
But it's been an interesting period, especially today with Bitcoin. So yeah, it'll be nice to later on go over it when ready.
For sure. Howard, do you want to take us away there?
Yeah.
That's what you
So
got?
I've got one trade currently on. I bought some euros against the dollar.
Okay.
Looking for the thing. Kind of it's testing. It broke through the recent low, or not the recent low, but yesterday's low. Seems to be basing out a little bit. So I'm taking a small long position on that one. Let's just get in there. So obviously rationale being that still kind of very bullish on the longer term perspective. This is the weekly. So we were in the kind of we had a 2022 was the major low for euro dollar. We had the first wave up, an ABC correction of that for wave 2, and then we've broken through the top of the wave 1 high over the last few weeks. And we're just literally the ranges are contracting, the weekly ranges are contracting. So we're just kind of consolidating that latest accelerated move higher. So I'm looking for the thing to base out probably above the broken resistance, most likely this one, which is like 112.15, and the old swing high was 112.75. So somewhere between those two levels, I'm looking for the corrective low for this kind of minor pullback. In a similar way to how this pullback, it took out the previous week's low, but then snapped back inside, and then the next week it just blasted higher. So I think we're in a similar kind of corrective phase there. Not a big one that takes us all the way back to 110, but a kind of a shallow one that maybe we've seen the corrective low for it already. Maybe we just need one more little stab lower. But I'm kind of probing the long side after today's. So we broke through support. Let's just go onto the daily. So onto the daily. So we had FOMC yesterday, which saw the dollar appreciate a little bit, and a little bit of follow through dollar buying, euro selling this morning. But we're back inside yesterday's range now, and we're kind of struggling in this. I've got this kind of support zone. Not too sure what's happened to my lines here, but the bottom of it on the daily chart was this kind of reaction low here, 112.64. So we're kind of finding some support in that zone, and I think people that are selling the breakdown here, it's not really following through, at least not at the moment. So I'm kind of probing for the corrective low for euro dollar there at the bottom of this range. I'm long, but I'm a little bit underwater, just a few pips underwater. My stop is under today's low, which again is inside that support zone. So I'm looking for euro dollar to kind of start to attract support at the bottom of this range, and then obviously back up towards the top, and away we go. So that's really what I'm up to at the moment. I'm probing the long side on euro dollar. Gotcha. So we'll come back to that one a bit later on. I'll hand it across, and we'll come back to some of the other currencies.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Walter, you want to show us what you got?
Yeah, of course. Let's take a look. All right, so I'm just sharing my screen now. Oh, I think that's the one. Where do I start? Bitcoin or gold? I think I'll start with Bitcoin today, because this is sort of like being a bit more exciting this past few days, particularly. So yeah, so just refreshing just that general bigger picture perspective, right? So a general idea, obviously, the market came right into this high volume area on the 3 months time frame. You can see the market traded into this sort of like fair value gap. We can see a very strong rejection away from that fair value gap. And now what I can see is that the market, so on the monthly time frame, right, the next monthly target price to the buy side is the all-time high, right? So the all-time high of 109K. So we do see like a sustained momentum, and there is a very high likelihood we are going to see over the next few days Bitcoin trade back towards the all-time high and even potentially higher than that. But then it's like, so that's why it's important to like, so this is anchoring sort of my longer term projection. However, on the daily, right, the daily might indicate that the market could potentially, so I just want to see how the market reacts around this high. So the high that price took out today was a very significant high on the daily time frame, so it's 99.5K. So this was the ultimate target that I had from after price took out these equal lows. I was like, price is going to trade back into the range, take out these prior highs, and trade to the high of the range, which is this high. This now for me is the biggest area that could indicate whether we are going to see a continuation into the all-time high, or we're going to see a return back into the range, because I just want to see how the market trades around this high. So over the next few hours even would be very indicative of this, because obviously tomorrow, what we could see is the market could obviously give a very strong close-up of this high. At that point, it's almost going to be a, even I wouldn't, if it breaks above in a very strong way, knowing Bitcoin, I'm not going to anticipate a retest. It's probably just going to keep rallying over a series of bullish candles into that all-time high with very little retracements. However, there is also a greater likelihood that the market could simply maybe trap a little bit more around this price region. So we could see a period of accumulation around this area, and then the market could trade back into this range. And it's very likely as well that price could simply remain within this trading range in towards the end of the year. And then maybe at some point towards the end of the year, we could then see that break to the upside. So yeah, so right now, how price rates around 99K over the next few hours would be very indicative of whether we're going to see a break into that ATH or whether we're going to see a rejection back into the range. So in terms of intraday opportunities, which is my true focus. So right now on the 30 minutes time frame, obviously we're seeing that nice bullish cycle on the 30 minutes traded into that all-time high. So the market gave that sort of like final expansion and then traded back into the range, and has now given a break of structure to the downside. So, I mean, this is not a setup for me right now, but this was the area of interest, break of structure. It hasn't formed the swing low yet, but there is a likelihood that we could see the market, let's say, potentially retest this low, retest this order block, and then maybe trade a little bit lower. However, if we take a look at the 15 minutes time frame, the 15 minutes is also within a bearish cycle as well. So again, we've seen that sort of break of structure to the downside. We've seen that second swing low form, which we haven't seen yet form on the 30 minutes. So 30 minutes still waiting for that second swing point to form. But on the 15, that second form retested that bearish order block and has now taken out this prior low. And not only that, it's also created a new low as well. So this is that third low down here. So again, for me, there is no setup on this on the 15 minutes time frame, because I only seek to trade the 1, 2, and then back to that 1 continuation. So again, if there is going to be an opportunity on this, it will potentially be on that 30 minutes time frame, when that 30 minutes form that second swing low, and then I'll seek to trade the retest of this bearish order block. Again, is that nice fair value gap within the order block that would be a good area to this, a lot sort of like a more refined entry. And then from there we could see a continuation. But in all honesty, right, with where price is for Bitcoin right now, this for me is not an area that I feel comfortable trading in. Like, yes, there's a likelihood we could see a retest, and then we could see a very strong drop to the downside. First, very, very high likelihood. But it goes without saying that we are in a bullish market right now on the higher time frame. And I really do not like trading against a predominant higher time frame strength. That is a very, I mean, of course, trading is a risky game in and of itself, but that's taking a step too far. So I will not be attempting to take this short, but I will be looking for opportunities to go long. So that will take place if the market were to, for example, give a shift to the upside, given a break of structure right there. Then what I'll be seeking to do is I'll wait for that second swing high to form, anticipate a retest into this order block, and then I'll be looking to take that continuation to the upside. So this is something that makes a lot more sense to me, given the context of where price currently is. So that's my take on Bitcoin. Right now, it could continue, it could reverse, but right now the most optimal direction to trade is long.
Yeah, looks quite constructive, huh?
It is very constructive. And then for gold, so gold we've seen this week particularly, because obviously last week we saw that sort of rejection to the downside, where we saw price obviously hit 3.5K, and then over the following days after that we saw the market dropped all the way back down to 3.2K. And then thereafter, start of this week, we obviously saw the market as pretty much recovered more than 50% of this initial decline. So in this case, there is a likelihood we could be seeing a continuation to the downside. But one thing that I just want to focus, to just refresh on, is just what that higher time frame picture looks like. Because if we go to the monthly time frame right now,
parabolic.
Yeah, it's just a very, very sustained run to the upside. So of course, like, the only recent price action we have to go with is that high that was created, but a new swing high has formed. So 3.5K is now obviously a key price action. However, if we look to the downside on the weekly time frame, the next area of some sort of sell side liquidity is this weekly imbalance right there. But the market hasn't traded into any form of weekly sell side. I mean, it traded into this weekly imbalance right here, actually.
Yeah.
And it gave a nice rejection of that imbalance, and it's now obviously moving back to the upside. So if we take a look on the daily, the next draw on buy side on the daily was initially, anyways, before today's price action, before this week's price action, was initially this high. The market has now taken out that high, trapped back into the range. All right. Now, after this, the next area of buy side liquidity is obviously going to be 3.5K. And the next area on sell side on the daily is this imbalance. We can see the market has traded right into that imbalance. So now the question is this imbalance going to reject price? And are we going to see a bullish continuation towards 3.5K based on that, on the daily time frame picture? Okay. So to answer that question, again, I like to look at where the market is on the 30 minutes as well as the 15 minutes. So on the 30 minutes time frame, it's two areas of interest. So right now, price on the 30 minutes is in a bearish cycle. So this morning, earlier today, so the market traded up to the upside. It gave a continuation of a 15 minutes bullish cycle I was eyeing earlier this week, when the market gave that initial high, break of structure, and then it sort of accumulated within this range for a few hours. And then today, we got that nice break to the upside, giving that third and final leg. Thereafter, we saw a reversal to the downside, which usually happens at the end of the cycle. Now, this reversal on the 15 minutes time frame has given a complete bearish picture. However, on the 30 minutes time frame, we only have two legs established. So we have the initial break of structure, and we have that initial leg that has been created. Therefore, what I'm anticipating from this point onwards is a bearish continuation back down towards this initial low. So this is what the picture looks like to me. So the market would retest this order block, which is already done, and it gave me a move back down towards the reset low. Now, the reason I haven't entered this trade yet is because my area of interest is actually this imbalance right here. The reason this imbalance is because there's a lot of confluence here. So the first is there's something known. So there's this breaker block sitting right there, right? It's a very key price action. It's a breaker block with obviously this fair value gap right there. Not only that, if we also take Fibonacci and aim to identify the midpoint of this initial range, right? From this high to, that's not fib. Where's my fib? There we go. From this high to this low, right? We can see that the 50%, 6.8% lays around this general area. So I do want to see price push just a little bit higher into sort of like above that halfway point, that equilibrium of this initial expansion. And I would ideally like to see it trade into this imbalance. The reason being is because this would actually give me a better risk to reward as opposed to if I entered here. Like, of course, one could still take a trade here, but your stop loss would need to go above the recent high, which is this high. So it's a very wide range for your stop loss. And then, of course, the next profit objective for me would be the 800 EMA on the 30 minutes time frame, which also coincides with this rapid move to the upside. So again, just for a bit of confluence, if we take this expansive range right there, that equilibrium sits at exactly where the 800 EMA is. So for me, this is why this is a very optimal point, right? So equilibrium of this initial expansion that's been untested, 800 EMA, very strong confluence in this area. That would be an optimal area to take profit. But if I were to enter here, it would get me less than a 1 to 2. All right, so a 1 to 2 R is the minimum R I aim for in a trade. However, if I waited for price to trade just a little bit higher, stop goes in the same place, I'll be able to yield a 1 to 2.4 RR on this trade if it were to run in my favor. So this for me is a risk worth taking from this entry point. This isn't. So I'm just going to wait. We're going to anticipate, just see if price pushes a little bit deeper into this bearish order block. And if it does push into my target area, then I'll be looking to trigger a short sell order there and position my stop loss above the high and the TP at 3.28, which is where the 800 EMA is. Okay.
Cool.
Interesting. Yeah, I must say, on that bigger structure, on the daily chart, that move down from the swing from the all-time high to the pullback low breaks down as a nice ABC Elliott pattern, 3 waves against the trend, and we got a nice impulsive move higher. So to me, with my Elliott head on, it looks to me like we've seen that big powerful move up from the reaction low is kind of a mini first wave, and this is a little second wave that we're seeing down. So it could be a good buying opportunity for new highs for me anyway.
100%. So I definitely see a buy opportunity here, especially where price is rejecting this sort of like daily value gap. So the way that I see this potentially playing out is the market could, if it were to give that retest, it could come back down below this low, and then from there, we could see that sort of a rally to the upside, and this range still stays within that daily zone as well. So this is that daily fair value gap right there, right? So price would still be sort of like moving just a little bit deeper into the fair value gap, and then we see that explosive move to the upside. So that's the way that I see things taking place in line with the lower time frame cycles. But there is a good likelihood price could simply just rally from where it is right now and keep pushing upwards towards 3.5K.
Cool. Guys, we just got a comment here from Andre and also a question from Danjo. So Andre is saying that he expects a stronger dollar index incoming. There is an announcement, I believe, or a press conference at 10 a.m. where Donald Trump, the president, is going to be talking of the US, and it's apparently regarding some agreement they've come up with.
Trade deal with the UK, I think.
With the UK. So whether that's going to swing things around or cause some volatility, we'll just have to wait and see. You might be right, Andre. Then we got Danjo who's asking, is there a channel that I can subscribe to? But he tried, we couldn't find one. So I think you're coming from the YouTube channel. So you're talking about that, Danjo. You can subscribe there to the channel. So you hit the subscribe button. But if you want to actually, if you actually want to check out the Hola Prime website, you can just go to holaprime.com, I believe. And then he's also asking if we have a mentorship class. Danjo, if you actually go onto the Hola Prime website, all of the coaches that you see during these sessions, they do offer personal mentorship. So all you need to do really there is join the Discord channel. I also believe there's a link somewhere else on that page which describes the private mentorship with either one of these coaches that we have at Hola Prime. And there's ways that you can then just sign up and even book online, either via Discord or via the Hola Prime website if you want to have a one-on-one session with either one of our coaches. So hopefully that answered your question. But yeah, guys, please reach out to any one of us if you want to ask more, and we'll be more than happy to respond for you guys. Sorry, Howard, Walter, I interrupted you there.
No worries.
But
No, that's all good. No interruption at all. I pretty much finished
cool.
saying
All right.
what needed to be said for now.
Gotcha. Man with a plan. All right, so let me quickly share my screen if that's okay. I'll just go through my markets quick. Already 5 minutes into the cash session. And it should come up. Not yet. I have to remove Walter. And there we go. Right, so let's first start with the NASDAQ. Obviously, I follow the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, as well as crude oil. We've had a situation here on the NASDAQ where price just pipped above a cluster of highs that formed here on the 2nd of this month. Right, so price, and this was actually a nice little trade we took in a room a few days ago. But we were looking at this high being taken out and potentially get a reversal from that for a few days this week thus far, and it has actually done so during the overnight session. This occurred around about 5:45, so just before the 6 a.m. mark. And then we've had, what was it, the unemployment claims that came out a little while ago. It was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the downside. This was around about this long-ranging candle over there. And price has just taken out the overnight session low. So this might be an opportunity to take a long position. I'm just a bit wary of how the market's going to react when President Trump's going to do his thing in about 24 minutes from now. But let's see how it goes. That is what I'm seeing on the NASDAQ. Although the NASDAQ took out that high that was set on the 2nd, the S&P 500 hasn't. Just fell a little bit short of it, right? Obviously, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ follow each other very close in how the price action looks, obviously. So also took out this little overnight session low. Attempted to move back to the upside, but we at these lows again. Don't know. We're going to go up, down today. According to strategy, I need to see important levels taken out, followed by a reversal, at which stage I'll switch to 1 minute time frames, or the 1 minute time frame, and see if I can fine tune an entry there. Right, that brings me to crude oil. We've had a very nice, strong rally. This is at the beginning of this week. There was first, between Friday last week and the start of this week, there was quite a considerable gap to the downside, nearly $3. Price filled that gap and subsequently went up all the way to just test these cluster of highs that was formed at the end of April. Right, so then yesterday we've had a pretty strong downwards move again, and price has since recovered again around about, when was this low? Yesterday, around about the 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. mark. So it could be that we are seeing a corrective ABC. Again, I'm just looking at a 5 minute time frame here, something like that. That is yet to complete. And then another move lower, or alternatively, we might be heading back to those highs again. So again, price will really need to take out either today's session low, thus far, session low at 57.84. It's currently very far away from that. But, or need to break these highs that were set just slightly before the 9 a.m. mark, then followed by some weakness, at which stage, again, I'll then switch to a 1 minute time frame and see if there's a potential short that I might want to take there. This little price action we're seeing here is looking like a potential ending diagonal or 5-wave move into a high there. Maybe already seen a 1, 2, 3, maybe expanding flat, top of vibe with something like this to take out these highs, and then a reversal lower. So I'll be watching this very closely. Out of the markets that I do watch or follow, this might potentially be closer to a setup than the ES or the NASDAQ. So again, just give a quick recap. If we can get just above these highs, we don't move too high and we start breaking down lower, I'll switch down to a 1 minute time frame. See if I can see a clear structure point that materialized into that high. Currently, you don't really see a nice structure point. It's way down over here. So I want to see a break of structure. Maybe if price can give me a nice little sort of a swing, smaller one to the upside, we can then use that. It hasn't formed. So it's not really nice and clear. The clear price structure points all the way down here around 58.60-ish. So let's see how things go. Again, crude oil might just like lift off again. I mean, just lift off. I'm talking about intraday trading here, not about the big picture. So the big picture is still in a downtrend on crude oil, but with these strategies that I follow, I'm happy to go long or short and use a scalping type of mindset where I aggressively then also trail my stops. So we'll see. Price is very close to breaking this little high that was set around about the 8:12 a.m. mark. If that does occur and we get that weakness, then I'll switch back to you guys and I'll see if we can get into a trade. I've had a couple of trades this week, so it's been working really nicely. So let's see if we can get another one today. Now there's a nice pump upwards. Howard, you were going to show us or talk about the other indices. Oh, sorry, indices, currencies.
That's just,
if you don't mind sharing that. I'll keep an eye on this, guys. If I do see anything, then I can quickly just switch back.
Okay. 1 sec. Okay, just a second. Let's just get that screen out of the way. Okay, coming through any second now.
Okay. It should come up now. There we go.
Cool. Okay, great. So obviously, euro dollar that we had a quick look at before. So yeah, just to recap, probing for the low after this little pullback from the recent swing high on the weekly chart. Let's move on to cable sterling dollar. So sterling dollar again, similar kind of thing where major trend is up. So from back end of 2022, but we've had a bit of a retest of the swing high, which we're kind of struggling at the last couple of weeks, and we've got these couple of long upper shadows on the weekly candlestick. So a bit of profit taking, I guess, coming around this swing high. But no major follow through on the downside as of yet, and that's kind of typical with when the market's in kind of acceleration mode. You tend not to get too much against the trend. Maybe like the market takes out the previous week's low and then snaps back in, or maybe just goes sideways for a couple of weeks and then it then resumes its accelerated trend. So this week so far, obviously today we broke down to what 132.40 or so, just extending the little pullback from the swing high. But for me, no major damage to this little leg higher from what is it, just above 127 up to the swing high. So I think we're just correcting that, and eventually we'll be making new highs for the uptrend. So today's interesting. Obviously, you mentioned, or we mentioned that we've got a potential trade deal coming through with the US. So that could be kind of sterling positive, perhaps. So there might be something going on there. Obviously, on the daily, we've seen the market kind of nibble through supports and then snap back inside. So obviously the day's a long way from being finished, but not a bad sign if you're looking for a base on this one. For me, I think obviously this is the latest leg, and we've just literally gone sideways, marginal new high, failure, back down, and it looks like maybe today we've made a marginal new low for this little pullback and then back in again. So we're literally just treading water, I guess, in a similar way to what we did back over this period here, where the market kind of got overextended and it went, you know, marginal new high, pullback, and then continued its trend kind of thing. Yeah, so looking for this one to be basing out just like euro dollar. Although I'm trading euro dollar at the moment rather than sterling dollar. Onto dollar yen. So dollar yen. Oops, that's a funny looking chart. So I'm still looking at this this major top pattern building on the weekly chart. This rally goes back to 2011. So we had this big kind of first wave down, and then a nice kind of counter trend rally, which didn't make a new high, obviously, and it breaks down into an Elliott three-wave ABC advance. So a 1 down, a 2 up, and then we're starting to see impulsive looking weakness for the dollar against the yen. The recent leg of the decline, obviously, it got a little bit overextended. 1, 2, 3 consecutive strong or very weak weekly sessions, and then kind of a bullish reversal 2 weeks ago from this key support area. So the market knows where that is. That's quite a strong support area. So we snapped back from that area, and last week we saw a little bit of follow through on that bullish engulfing weekly candle, but it closed significantly off of the week's high. And for me, the key level is really this kind of wave 1 low, which comes in at 146.5 or just a bit above it. And the recovery has not gone back above that broken support level. So it snapped back from there, and now this week we're just literally just oscillating inside last week's range. So we're just chopping about. Hasn't done any major damage to the downtrend for me, and I think loss of last week's low, 141.96, that for me would be a good bearish trigger for the push to new lows. So kind of sitting on the sidelines, I guess, on dollar yen, but waiting for the thing to for the trend to reassert. And you know, once we can start breaking through some supports, then I'll be happy to jump on board that on the short side on that one. And I think I'm not quite as aggressive on dollar yen, purely because the yen crosses, some of those are doing quite well. So there's definitely a kind of a yen weakness story in there. If I can just click on that. Here we go. So for example, euro yen. So this is the long-term euro yen. Excuse me. So we made what looks to be a major high, big impulsive looking move down, an ABC move up, but since then we're just literally chopping about, and this could even be a bullish continuation on a longer term perspective. It's a bit early to say, but we'll have to see whether we can clear the range high and then start to move higher. But at the moment we're kind of struggling a little bit in the top end, but I think there is a little bit of latent yen weakness. This thing is kind of holding up at the top end of the range, so that's why I'm kind of a little bit hesitant to get too aggressive on dollar yen until we start to break down through some supports on it, because the yen crosses, euro yen and sterling yen as well, have both been quite stable, really, I would say. This is sterling yen, so stuck in a range, but overall we're kind of holding up. It's not, it kind of had a chance to break down a few weeks ago, but snapped back inside and has been kind of working its way higher last few weeks. So bearish on dollar yen, but perhaps I'm a bit more bullish on sterling dollar and euro dollar than I am bearish on dollar yen at this precise moment.
Okay.
So that's some of the majors. I guess we move on to dollar Swiss next. So dollar Swiss had this really nice range, weekly range, really kind of straight out of the technical analysis textbooks, I think. A nice rectangle where the market literally was really just confined to a trading range. But that resolved to the downside a few weeks ago when we saw this big acceleration lower. So that for me has really told that's a continuation signal for the longer term downtrend for me. Dollar Swiss is in a major downtrend on a long term basis. If we go way back, we'll see that dollar Swiss has come a long way from much higher levels. So zooming in, so we've had that kind of break and settlement below the support level of the range, a little retest, so quite a nice bullish engulfing 2 weeks ago, but the rallies are stopping at broken support, which has now become resistance. Typical technical analysis type theory. So a lot of people that are trapped long and wrong above this line. And I think that's why the recovery is really struggling here. In a little, I guess, a little similar to what we saw on crude oil on the weekly chart, where we had the breakdown of that descending triangle, and then a retest, and obviously the market stalled and couldn't get back above, and since then we broke down. So I'm looking at a similar kind of scenario here on dollar Swiss. So yes, I guess it ties in with what I'm thinking about on the other dollar pairs, dollar crosses majors, in that we've seen a corrective bounce against the trend, but the trend is still very, very strong. And I think the breakdown that we've seen of late on the dollar against most of these major currencies is a very solid downside break, and is just kind of the start of something much, much bigger.
Gotcha.
That's dollar Swiss. Onto the Aussie. Any thoughts on this stuff, guys? While I'm on.
No.
It's like this looks very bullish.
Cool.
It's a very classic structure when the market takes out the low and then it's now traded back into the range. So, yes, it looks like it's primed for a sort of a continuation to the upside.
Yeah, this one's the Aussie. So we had this kind of big break of support here. I must admit, I over this phase here, I was expecting the thing to kind of start to head higher along with euro dollar and sterling dollar cable, but it kind of held back. And I think while the stock market was under pressure from the start of the year, the Aussie, the Kiwi, and the Canadian dollar, they kind of underperformed the European cousins, in that they didn't really aggressively rally against the US dollar in the early part of the year, or the Q1. And consequently, when Trump came out with the initial, bad news on the tariffs, the Aussie and the Kiwi fell out of bed, while the dollar fell out of bed against the other currencies. So that was interesting how they kind of underperformed the US dollar when that news came out. But obviously, since then, we got that kind of V-shaped reversal. So big support level down here on the Oz. And then we've subsequently moved up and broken through the last lower high and closed and settled above it. So this to me looks like a major low for the Aussie against the US. And it kind of swings some of the perhaps more peripheral currencies into line with the majors, with the dollar majors against the the euro and the pound and the yen. So we're seeing what I think is a broad-based dollar decline now, whereas before it was kind of really European and Japan led, but now I think we're starting to see the Aussie and the Kiwi and the Canadian dollar participate in a lower dollar, US dollar. So looks quite constructive on a longer term perspective, I think, the Aussie.
Cool.
To the CAD. Unless there's any questions on the Oz or any observations, guys.
No. What's a CAD doing there?
Okay. Yes. So onto the CAD. Bit of a bounce on dollar CAD. So big picture. Obviously, we've got a market which has been trending lower for, well, it kind of topped out in Feb and then swing, correction, and swing, and then we're just kind of unwinding this last big aggressive swing down. But for me, this thing is also in the early stages of a long-term bear market. We've got some big levels here on dollar Canada, which we've kind of overvaluation levels. major highs here, and again the market rejected from those highs and has started to trend down. And interestingly enough, I guess a little bit similar to this phase here, where the market had the consolidation, big breakthrough, and then it comes back inside, and then that's the end of that particular move. I think we've got a similar thing here where we had a big consolidation, a bullish continuation pattern, and then a breakout, and now we're back underneath the old swing high in a similar way to what we did back here.
Yeah, it almost looks like a fractal type of vibe there. What happened? What was that? 2020?
This is 19. Yeah, and the break was like 2020. Yeah. I guess COVID. Yeah. We saw the big break higher in that, and then that was kind of exhaustive, and then back in, and then that was the end of that particular phase. So I think we're in a
very fractal.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? How the market does that. You get that kind of fractal thing. But yeah, I think a lot of people that are trapped above this line here, those that bought the breakout, and that if any of them are still sitting long, I think this line is going to be a little bit of a problem if we get a stronger recovery for dollar CAD. Because I guess in a similar way to
even on a weekly, that's quite a substantial.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah,
it's like if you look back at the period where it happened in 2020, it also happened in a very similar time of the year. Obviously, like this is going down into a seasonal. Seasonal
that's
biases.
a good observation. Yeah, good observation. Yeah, it could be a seasonal thing. I must admit, I've not looked at that, but that could be something to consider. But certainly, technically, that kind of break through the swing high, bit of a consolidation, more buyers come in thinking it's a correction, and then before you know it, we're back underneath, and then the bounce is struggling at the what I like to call the trap level. That's the level above which the buyers are trapped, and then down we go. So I think this is going to be a major hurdle should we get a bit of a stronger correction, which we may well do on this one, because it does seem to be in the short term finding a bit of support down here on the short-term chart. So maybe we get a bit of a stronger correction before we can think about selling into it. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm on the dollar majors. I'll hand it back to you guys, and then later on we'll come back to some of the other ones.
Yeah, sure.
Great, go for it,
Walter. How's your Bitcoin?
Yeah, so
was it Bitcoin that you were waiting for that retest? Gold.
It's gold. It's gold I'm waiting for. Bitcoin. Is my screen share still sharing? It is. It just needs to be put on the spotlight.
There we go.
Yeah, so again, like Bitcoin isn't really doing much. I mentioned initially, like the 30 minutes is in a bearish cycle. It's gone up to retest to take out that high and retest that imbalance, which would have been my optimal point to go short if I was in the market to sell. But I'm not in the market to sell Bitcoin on the short term. So right now I'm just going to wait this out until potentially a good buy opportunity presents itself. And then as for gold, it looks like gold has started to reject this order block. However, I'm still waiting. So one or two things is going to happen at this point. Yeah, so at this point, this rejection could sustain. We could see price drive down into my target area, and there is no trade for me. Or you could see the market. So this is a bullish order block right here that was created after the second high. Market shifted, broke above that point. It's now could potentially retest this general area, and then thereafter we could see that final drive to the upside. And that for me would be optimal. And then I'll be obviously looking to go short. So for now, I'm still sitting on my hands on this. I'm not like I'm not itching to sell where price already is, because it wouldn't really give me anything great. So I'd rather just wait for that further bullishness to confirm before I take any sort of any action on this. But yeah, so that was the main update on this. And by the way, if you are watching this video, if you do have any questions, if you do want us to explain anything, and just please leave in a comment. We can actually see your comments in real time. So
definitely.
It doesn't have to be related to our analysis. It could be related to something technical based that you might be a little bit confused to. We're always more than happy to explain things to you in a spare time. Let's see.
Cool. Right, maybe I'll just
Yeah,
recheck things quickly. What do you wish?
It's an interesting period in the market. It's like the most juiciest period trading wise was like towards the end of the last quarter. And now we're in that sort of like very uncomfortable period over the next few weeks where it's very close to the summer holidays. And the market, from my experience, especially during this period, isn't as rewarding as it was like in the previous quarter. And then sort of like after the summer holidays, that's when I usually see things begin to like really kick up again, and a lot of nice price action and a lot of nice setups that takes place. So yeah, now this period over the next few weeks is a very interesting period leading up to the summer holidays.
Yeah, and all these talks, I believe there might be talks with China over the weekend as well. Tariff talks.
Yes, indeed.
So
tariff talks is also the situation between India and Pakistan, which
there are
miners of gold. So,
yeah, it's a bit of a concern, that one, because it's always kind of in the background, isn't it? So.
Yeah. So if that, I mean, that will definitely have some sort of effect on the gold market short term wise, but there's a lot of geopolitical events taking place right now, which again, like, could make things very, very volatile and erratic in the short term without sort of any expectation of that.
Yeah, so I believe that press conference just started, so we're seeing a slight bounce higher, but I mean, nothing to write home about. What is that? Gold reacting lower from that area, the lower side of it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is. So it's a nice reaction. So we'll see. So another opportunity that could present itself,
early days,
because now that I've seen this sort of like bullish cycle on gold, if, for example, this sustains and breaks structure to the downside, that will start a new bearish cycle on a 15 minutes time frame, which would be in line with the bearish cycle on a 30 minutes time frame. And then this would go from being a 30-minute setup, which I'm currently what I'm trying to trade, to a 15 minutes opportunity, which would be even better, because then let's say that the market breaks below, creates a new swing low, then my new area of interest would be this range, which is a much smaller range relative to the 30 minutes range. And then I'll just be looking to trade the retest short from the low of this range, top above the high. The target would be exactly the same place and the yield would be greater. So we're looking at what, like a 122.6 and almost 123 yield. So that's another opportunity that I could take. Hence why I'm not rushed, or I don't really have FOMO, because it's like there's that fractal scheme that plays between the 30 and the 15, where if you miss something on the 13, you could catch that same move on the 15 and vice versa. It's just keeping an eye on both timeframes and making sure that you're as updated as possible on what's going on.
Cool.
Interesting. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Interesting how I'm just looking at Ethereum and how that is really blasting today. Obviously, I know that Bitcoin is doing okay, but Ethereum seems to be really outperforming.
Recovered.
It's having a really good acceleration.
It's been very muted for a very long time, actually.
It underperformed for a long time. So any kind of performance right now will be outperforming. That's how terrible it performed this past few months. That a slight recovery is like everyone's getting excited. But if you look at the bigger picture of it, Ethereum still has a long way to go. Like from its high as 4K, it's now just shy of 2K, which is halfway to that high. So it's a very small recovery relative to, like, if we consider like the move from the highest point of this sort of like bullish extension that took place recently, right? It hasn't even recovered 50% of that move. Whereas if we compare to Bitcoin, right, exactly the same move from the high to where it created that low, it's already recovered more than 50%. So it's now sitting even like above that 50% point of recovery. So this is still outperforming Ethereum in every aspect.
Yeah, maybe I think you're talking to Paul the other day. I think it needs that kind of crutch of Bitcoin being firm and staying firm, then people will say, maybe some of the other ones are looking good. So it could be one of those things where the Bitcoin leads the other ones, the ones that have been really underperforming. So that could be interesting.
100%. I mean, like the beautiful thing about Ethereum is, like, you just buy it and hold in this. You don't need to be worried about, like, the returns is long term, but the greater returns with ETH is when you're farming it on DeFi protocols. So for example, you're staking it, or you're putting it into lending pools, and you're generating yields and interest on that. That for me is the biggest attraction, because even like, yes, like I do believe at some point Ethereum is going to go potentially even to 10K. It could take another year or two for it to get there. It could happen this year. But the beautiful thing about ETH is you can make a lot more money holding it, putting it in the right place, than you can with Bitcoin, because the general RTR you can get Bitcoin, especially in farming pools and DeFi, is relatively lower compared to Ethereum.
Well, you got all the inside information. You should tell us what to do, yeah. After your little visit to Dubai.
Yeah, you've been to the conference. You know what's going on. You got the inside track.
Yeah.
There's a lot of exciting and crazy things happening in the space. It's crazy how, like, unless you're actually like out there and speaking to people and being actively involved, it's like sometimes you just think, how is this not even like a common knowledge? But I also understand it as well. I think sometimes people shy away from like DeFi because they find it too complicated relative to like traditional finance.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, on my side, there's nothing happening here. I'm just, like I said, wary that conference or press conference is currently underway. So who knows? I think I'm just reading here quickly on Forex Factory. Apparently, the US-UK trade pact will leave the 10% US tariffs in place. But that was before this press conference. Maybe they're just confirming that. So who knows how the markets or the indices on my side will react to that. But yeah.
They're going to leave 10% tariffs in, so there's not going to be any change on that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Then there was the agreement with the UK is a full and comprehensive one. That was almost 3 hours ago. But who knows what to believe these days if you read these news channels?
Yeah,
the pact is live and what he's talking about. So who knows? The markets will ultimately tell us what he thinks, right?
Yeah, Euro sterling kind of reversed from, it was kind of pushing at the session highs, and it reversed quite sharply on that news. So, and sterling is kind of relatively strong now over the session.
Right, let me quickly share my charts here. I don't have any setups coming. Walter, can I just take you off there quick?
Oh yeah, of course you can. One thing did you guys see the interest rate decision for this week? What did you think about it?
Yeah, that was yesterday, right? So they kept it the same.
Yeah, they did. So it's I was anticipating for them to begin to drop it, because inflation has actually been recovering really well. So it's not yet at like the target rate of what the Fed wants at 2%, but it has gone down substantially since where it was last year.
Yeah, they want to first see how these tariffs or increases in tariffs is going to affect unemployment, apparently. And they want to see it in the data that unemployment's starting to fall a little bit, more hiring. There's always a little story. It's the same with the interest rates. Like, remember when it was so sky high? This and this and this has got to happen, and then I don't know. It happens to some extent, but no cutting. Who knows? They probably know what they're doing. I don't know.
And then when you least expect it, that's when they begin to cut it. But it is due. I think like it is due for some cutting this year, if not this round of interest in the next one.
Yeah, I
But
also think so.
it is, especially with the tariffs, with inflation dropping. If it's not cut at some point soon, it will lead to stagnation, economic stagnation in the States, which would reverberate around the world. But yeah, we'll see what they do in the coming decision making.
All right, guys, just quick update here.
Yeah, because I have my eyes keenly on it. Oh, sorry.
No worries. Not much to report on crude oil. Just blasted through that little overnight session cluster of highs. So the next area for me to have a look for potential short and try not to actually stand away in this strong move upwards would probably be a revisit of this area that I've marked up previously. It's failed there once, maybe twice again, but again, with these support and resistance levels, the more they get visited, the softer they get, in my opinion. So it might just be that price breaks above that. I don't know how. Maybe you still have that descending triangle on the chart somewhere. Where's that level that the price actually broke out of to the downside?
Yeah, let's just get that on the screen there. 1 second. Right. Yeah, we're still some way below that. Let me just share that.
Yeah.
Present. Okay, coming through. Okay, can you see that, guys?
Hang on 1 second. There we go.
Cool. Okay,
but
cool. Yes.
Before, right? So
yeah, we had a couple. This is weekly, yeah. So we had the test 2 weeks ago. So there's the big breakdown. Then there's the snapback, and then a couple of weeks trying to push higher, and then it stalled, and that was that. And then the really aggressive selling last week.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of retracing last week's bearish candle. So yeah, I mean, I think we're essentially stuck inside last week's range for a bit by the looks of things before it.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll take out last week's high, but I think we're kind of stuck in last week's range. So for me, it'd just be looking for the as you say, like the sell opportunity, a good sell signal. Once it runs out. So we have on the daily. So we had that kind of nice little rejection yesterday, but today we've kind of retraced quite deeply into yesterday's candle. So as you say, maybe some kind of begrudging push high, like a little C wave kind of thing, to complete the correction. It looks like 5 down and then a corrective move higher.
Yeah, we also have that fair value gap there just towards the end of April, where you got those 3 candles moving lower. Yeah, that's the first one. Second one. Yeah, the second one. So the gap between the low of the one before that and the third candle there, the high. So that's not really been tested yet, or that might act as resistance.
So it could be a little push higher just to to complete it. That's a sort of a mini head and shoulders there, 61.34. So there's a lot of resistance coming in from this kind of level here. So yeah, maybe a little push above 60, and then struggle. Could be one of those situations. So for now it looks quite strong, I think, in the very short term. So.
Yeah, I also think so. Expecting more downside, but yeah, but these swings have been pretty violent as well. Pretty large ranges that you see intraday even. Yeah, guys, not really much to write home about here. Bit of a quiet one thus far. We still got half an hour left. Again, guys, from all our viewers, if you've got any questions, please drop them. We've got a bit of a quiet session going on here today. I'm just catching up here.
I'm still holding on to my euro.
You want to go look at your euro?
Yeah, can you it's on the screen now. I'm just yeah, I'm still it's at my price at the moment, so I'm still holding along with a stop under today's low.
Yeah.
So I've got initial profit target around 1350. Should we get there today? Just above to break this kind of high, and there's a lot of resistance that comes in around 1350. But that's one step at a time. Let's see if we get there first.
Hope he does.
How's the gold doing?
Still
the
moving
gold
down?
is not going anywhere. I mean, it's still the gold. My screen is still being shared, by the way. I'm not sure if it's there we go.
Just coming through.
Good.
Yeah, so it's still sort of sitting in this range. It's not really doing much. So again, at this point, one of two things I'm waiting for is either A, trades higher, or B, trades down, break structure, and then gives me a setup up. Optimally, trades higher, or see how it goes. But then at the same time, I'm still also a little bit skeptical about how much it will go down, considering the market has traded into this fair value gaps. From just looking at the daily picture alone, it just makes sense for it to just keep rallying to the upside, right? So yeah, so I don't think I'll place a trade tonight because this is probably not going to confirm, and it's 2 hours until my bedtime, so we'll see.
Yeah, yeah, sleep is very important as a trader.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, it is, and I like to have a peaceful sleep, not wake up in the middle of the night thinking about a position. So if I can be out of the market before bed, that would be ideal. And then with Bitcoin, so Bitcoin is just kind of just accumulating. So I said that there is a likelihood we could see the market just accumulate around this. But then if you take away like something interesting to notice, right? It's easy for me to see, but let me just get rid of this so it's easy for me to explain as well. Get rid of the wicks. There we go. Yeah. Something interesting to notice, right, is obviously we can see the market is just given sort of like that squeeze to the downside. But there are two price actions right now to really pay close attention to. The first is the slow. Market hasn't really taken out the slow. It's just like trapping below it. And another thing to pay attention to is the equilibrium from this low to this high. And we can see that sort of coincides with where the slow is. So right now, price is sort of like in the significant area of liquidity. I do see a very strong likelihood of a continuation from here to the upside, or at least back to that recent high, because all this is right now, like there is a big difference between an expansion and a contraction. This is just a classic of what a contraction looks like, and this is an expansion. So there is a good possibility we could see an expansion from this area, because this is the equilibrium from this most recent expansive range that took place. So yeah, so that's my take on Bitcoin right now. So long is the better direction, but I don't have any opportunity to buy in line with my actual rule sets, so my setup. So if I just buy now, that would just be essentially
taking a gamble.
Well, gambling. Yeah, taking a gamble, exactly.
Yeah.
Are there any other
anything else
ranges scheduled for this
you
week?
guys got on the radar? I think maybe towards lunchtime things might heat up again a little bit, but definitely it's gone quiet here. The markets and the indices might just go up and down the range while the president's talking. So who knows?
Oh, and there's also the PayPal elections. I'm not sure how that would affect the market, but hey.
Which elections?
No elections. The PayPal, the Pope, the next Pope is being selected right now.
Conclave.
Yeah. The conclave. That's what it's called. Well, it is also. I like to call it an election because it's like the Vatican is a country, and the conclave is no different from an election that takes place in a lot of countries. They're just trying to find.
Isn't there a movie called The Conclave as well? I believe there was.
I think there is actually. Yeah, there is.
There is a movie called The Conclave.
Was it that with Rolf? What's his surname? Fiends or Fines?
Fines. Yeah.
Fines. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. On my side, yeah, I guess a bit of an observation, just something to throw into the mix as to what I'm expecting on this on some of these dollar pairs, and something else that I look at. If I can just put that in. Okay, let me know when you can see the screen. If I stop. Okay, so
there we go.
that's the one. Got it. Okay. Okay. So yes, something that that I look at is the 10 bar high-low channel, and this can be quite a good location for corrective pullbacks to end on certainly on the daily time frame. This is euro dollar, for example. So for example, so you have the big swing to the downside, the correction tops out just a little bit above the 10 bar channel here, goes down, rebounds, tops out at the 10 bar channel, down it goes to new lows, then it chops, and the 10 bar channel kind of becomes support and resistance in the choppy phase, and then the trend kicks off here. 10 bar channel provides support for the correction.
Wow.
Up it goes, and then right here, right now, the 10 bar channel is kind of providing support at the moment, at least. So it ties in a little bit with what I'm looking for, the trade location for the next push to new highs, for the assuming this trend continues and that it is in full swing still. This is not a bad low risk entry point around these levels, and certainly once we get the break to the upside, then it looks like we're ready to go, kind of thing. I guess a similar thing on some of the other ones. So dollar Swiss. Yeah, so dollar Swiss uptrend, support at the channel, swing, a little bit of support there, bounce through the channel again, and then up we go, and then sideways. The channel becomes support and resistance in the chop, and then down we go, channel high caps, down we go, channel high caps.
So was that just called a price channel?
Yeah, it's just a high-low. The highest high for the last 10 days and lowest low for the last 10 days. Some very simple stuff. I suppose you could call it a Donchian channel.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Donchian.
Is it called a Donchian? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Donchian. Richard
Donchian
Donchian.
channel, that's right.
Yeah, he was the kind of the granddaddy of trend following back in the I think the 50s and 60s. And the turtles, they kind of built upon what he was using. So basically a 4-week rule, like a highest high for the last 4 weeks, lowest low for the last 4 weeks, kind of thing. Very simple stuff, just typical trend following stuff. But it's interesting to use a channel sometimes to look for extremes as well. So knowing that the market is in an uptrend, where does the uptrend pull back to? Well, very often it's the 10. It makes a new 10-day low, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So just a little something that I look at in addition to the Elliott wave and some of the other stuff.
Yeah, guys, there's really nothing happening on my side. I mean, I can share my screen. The NASDAQ sort of just halted here by this little high over here from yesterday. And it's just up and down, up and down. So really nothing to do from my side. Crude oil just took out this lower high over here, moving lower. It's gonna just stop there and go down again. Who knows? It's been a strong move to the upside here. I would think that price might be heading towards this channel to the up, well, not channel, the zone, around about the 60 level, which will probably be a psychological level for crude oil as well. So yeah, it's not really at levels I'm interested in trying to take a reversal trade.
Yeah, I guess it's having that that plan, isn't it? Sort of knowing what you're waiting for.
Yeah, trading at the areas you want to. Last week, where was this? Actually, towards the end of April, you can see on the S&P 500, the price was stuck at these previous lows. We also had a fair value gap, which price sort of stayed in and then finally broke above that. And as it broke above it slightly, it pulled back to this downward sloping trend line that was in place for quite some time. And that from that all-time high to this lower high around about the 26th of March. Strong move upwards. But yeah, also pretty much just ranging if you think about it. It's just been stuck in this candle's range on the daily. It formed on the 2nd. For 1, 2, 3, 4, today being the 5th day already. So maybe it'll be a better idea to try not to get chopped up in this mess and wait for a breakout above that candle's high or low. There was an attempt yesterday, but that failed. So stuck in a range. Maybe price just wants to go retest. If we move lower, my expectations would be for price to potentially retest this, which might become an inverted fair value gap, and do that again. Strong move below there could potentially drag us deeper downwards again. But we'll see. Maybe we get some action tomorrow. Maybe we just end this week within that range and then finally start seeing some sparks next week. As I mentioned, I do think they're going to have some talks with China. Apparently, that's happening over the weekend. And maybe we wake up with a gap higher or lower on Sunday when trading resumes on the futures markets. Who knows? Definitely, yeah, a lot of chop. Not much to do on my side. That's what I'm really trying to say. Then Danjo did say, thanks, he never knew that this kind of channel existed, and he's from Nigeria. Danjo, if you're still with us, very warm welcome from our side. Please join us again. We also got 2 more sessions, the midday and the afternoon, late afternoon session. That's still coming up with our other mentors. Maybe there's a bit more action during those sessions. Quite often I have a lot of action during the cash session open or the New York open. But just not too much today, unfortunately. Yeah. Or at least price not reaching levels I'm really interested in trading.
Yeah, certainly on the currency side, not really a whole lot. The euro's just kind of stuck around 113. It's not really doing a whole lot at the moment. So dead.
Yeah, I mean it's just one of those weeks, which is natural. The main thing is weeks like these, not taking unnecessary trades are what could change the game for the whole month.
Yeah, my trades happened on Monday and Tuesday, and that was it. Went quiet after that. But can't complain. Yeah. You guys got anything else to show on your side? Still have just over 15 minutes left. Maybe share us some pearls of wisdom, guys.
Pearls of wisdom. Yeah, I can show me dollar index chart again just to kind of reinforce what I'm looking at there. Let's have a look. 1 second. Okay. Okay.
Should come up in a second.
Does that come through?
There we go.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So similar kind of thing to the other dollar majors that I'm looking at, really. In that the dollar made a major high back in late 2022. We saw a first leg down in a new bear market, a three-wave rally, ABC, which didn't obviously make a new high above the previous swing high. And then we've broken down quite sharply in the early stages of this, what I think is going to be a third wave, which takes us much, much lower. So again, zooming into the more recent stuff. So we had this kind of like big multi-week decline here this last few weeks, which took us through the key support levels. A bit like the one, I think 112.15 and 112.70 odd on euro dollar, the kind of equivalent levels, closing below, settling below, and for me, a significant break. The ranges are contracting now, which means for me that the market is happy to be at these lower levels. It's not ramping back inside the range, at least not yet. So for me, a valid downside break, short-term choppy activity, but I think a lot of overhead resistance here from this this swing low and the trend line as well, which connects these two major swing lows. So we seem to be a bit like dollar Swiss, I suppose, we looked at before, that we're seeing an attempt at recovery, but we're struggling at broken support and the trend line as well. And we're just stuck inside last week's range, basically. So we're not doing anything massively bullish at this stage, in my opinion. We're still within the context of a shallow recovery against a very powerful decline. A little bit similar to this one, where the market accelerated lower, very shallow corrective bounce, took out last week's high, and then down we go again. In fact, if you tie it in with the daily on that channel, the 10-bar channel would have basically tells you where that 2-week high is on there. So yeah, long term, I think the dollar is in a downtrend, and we're going to go much lower on a multi-month, multi-year basis. I think we're heading much lower on the US dollar. And also, I guess, throw into the mix the fact that we have a Republican administration, and since Nixon floated the dollar back in 1971, the dollar has tended to fall under Republican administrations for whatever reason. So it's just something to watch out for. The first Trump presidency saw a weaker dollar, and this presidency so far, from his kind of inauguration, has been pretty weak. So I'm not making any political points here, by the way, guys. I'm just stating the fact that the dollar tends to
imagine this is the defense when Trump is doing a press conference and they're like, so Trump, in the first few weeks of your presidency, the dollar's dropped. Why is that? So it's not my fault, it's market symmetry. It could be anyone else in the seat, but as long as the Republicans are power, the dollar falls. That's just how it is.
It's just the way it is. Look, for whatever reason, maybe because they like a weaker dollar, maybe because they like the idea of competitive devaluation. It could be something like that. I don't know. But for whatever reason, the dollar has tended to be a weaker under the Republicans than vice versa. So just something to keep your eyes on.
Gotcha.
The way by, so Bitcoin has begun to rally again as anticipated. So it's pumping upwards, nearly getting to 100K. It will get to 100K tonight. It will surpass 100K tonight, most likely again. Yeah, so it's now beginning to...
look at it. Here they come.
Well,
that's aggressive.
Yeah. So that aggressive buying. So there's a very nice rejection of the low back into the range. So we'll see if this presents opportunity for me. If there's a swing high that forms and a pullback into this range, then I'll take that long easily. So now it's just a waiting game on this. So this is why, as I mentioned earlier, selling in this is not the best thing to do. Just waiting for that reset long in line with the higher time frame is the most optimal thing to have done in this case. And then gold is still sort of like trickling downwards just a little bit, bits at a time. So again, there's a contraction. So I'm anticipating just one more expansion to the upside into this general range. So we'll see how that works out. Let's see.
Yeah, seems to be a crypto day today.
Yeah.
It is a crypto day today.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a move high here on the indices, but nothing to write home about, that's for sure. Yeah, how much do we have? We still have 10 minutes there, guys, before we leave for the day. But cheapers, that's a strong move up there in Bitcoin. What was the all-time high on Bitcoin?
Is it 109? Did you say?
What was the all-time high? 108, I think. 100 and 109. Yeah, 109.5. So if it like because of the amount of accumulation, there's some crazy Bitcoin accumulation that's been taking place over the last few days, weeks, by institutions. So if it breaks above this high, it will be parabolic to the upside.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody's got a magnet above there and just kind of drawing it up there.
Exactly. There's a lot of buying pressure in the markets. Acting like gold indeed, except now gold is moving in the opposite direction, right? So the confidence is shifting.
Yeah, maybe altcoin season is going to help things out.
Yeah, now the FTV on, it will. I mean, the FTV on Bitcoin right now is crazy. It's like $2.9 trillion, and the market cap is $1.97 trillion. Absolutely insane. It's more value than almost Apple and Uber and Amazon.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
I mean, it's gonna max out. Yeah, it's gonna max out soon. I mean, Bitcoin's maximum supply, right, is 21 million Bitcoin. But right now, the total supply in the market is 19.86 million Bitcoin. So within a lifetime, we are going to see like Bitcoin maximum ever supply being on the market, and when that happens, like it will be interesting to see if the price actually maintains or not.
What's going to happen? Yeah.
So that's why it's like crazy accumulation taking place. There's going to be a massive buy squeeze to the upside as a result of this, and especially as we're 2 million short of the maximum supply of Bitcoin. The buying pressure is just going to be absolutely crazy. As long as the demand maintains, which I'm sure the demand is going to maintain and even get bigger over time.
Yeah, I wonder how long he's actually talking for, because
is he still talking? Is he?
I'm not sure. I don't have it on the side here. Might fall asleep. I had to watch that.
Are you listening to Trump?
No, I'm not. I was saying I don't know what he's saying at the moment. I don't know if you guys watch any channels that's live. I don't have a TV here. There should be something streaming. Apparently, there's a chip rule change as well regarding the. I think it was what's this chips that they export. I'm trying to pull up a news story here. Yeah, semiconductor stocks today are extending Wednesday's rally on a Bloomberg report that said that Trump's administration plans to rescind Biden's. But nothing live that I can read on the actual what he's talking about. Maybe it's over already. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's quite a bit of volatility, up and down, nonsensical price action, so you could potentially still be speaking.
Yeah, I guess you get some of that, don't you, when the president's speaking or the Fed chair is speaking, and they get a little bit of volatility, and then once it settles down, then you get a directional move often.
Yeah.
Yeah, all dead my side, to be fair. Yeah, the euro is just not really moving.
Very choppy. When is the next CPI numbers coming out? Isn't that on the second or third week of a new month?
Yeah, is it next week or is it a couple of weeks now? Yeah, it's we've got some time before it. Yeah, that can often provide some impetus, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, particularly if it's a big surprise.
Yeah. This is probably the quietest session I've ever had.
Yeah, sometimes it just does that, doesn't it? Just dies for a bit.
Yeah. It is what it is. We don't force things, right? So we have to wait for our setups. And
well, this is the reality of trading. Some days you have action, other days you have no action.
Yeah.
And other days you have the promise of action which doesn't deliver.
Yep.
And other days you just have no promise of any action whatsoever. So
that's trading for you.
Yeah. And you'll get a bolt out of the blue, and where'd that come from?
Yeah, exactly. That's the reality. If it wasn't for this, we'll just be sitting staring at our screens or whatnot.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, like I said earlier, like times like these is when discipline is the utmost importance, because I think sometimes traders can get tempted to just trade out of boredom, and this is where unnecessary losses happen. But in situations like this, sitting on your hands on a quiet market and just waiting for the market to start moving, it could take 2 to 3 days of no trading, but those 2 to 3 days of no trading would pay off massively on day 4, day 5, day 6. But then if those 2 to 3 days of no trading, you force trades and you take losses, then you're just going to end up spending day 4, day 5, day 6 recovering those losses and not actually moving forward.
Go into the weekend with a drawdown.
Exactly.
Which, it doesn't feel nice. Yeah, how are we doing on time there? We only got a few more minutes, so we're almost there. Again, to all our viewers, we do apologize for not having too much to show, but as we were saying, the markets will do what they want to do. Not going to move according to what we think or want. So it is good sitting on your hands sometimes. Don't go and force things. Boredom is a definite problem that beginner traders.
100%. One of the major biggest problems. I had that problem at the start of my trading journey. I get bored. I place trades. I place trades. This is gonna be right. Like in my early days, like when I was like, oh, I think this is gonna go up. I would have literally taken that trade long, even though it didn't fit my trading plan, because that's what I thought was gonna happen. But I can see some sit in my hands and do nothing.
Yeah, take a walk or
don't trade
do something.
What you think. Trade what you see.
Take the dog for a walk.
Yeah, for sure.
What if you don't have a dog? You buy one?
You
get a cat.
Take the cat for a walk.
Take your cat for a swim.
Yeah, so yeah, just sometimes the markets just don't do anything. That's the thing. And as you say, as long as you got in your plan, you know what you're waiting for. That's the key, isn't it? Just to know what you're waiting
Exactly.
for. And I think, was it Jesse Livermore said sometimes the best thing is to do is the sitting and doing nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And just Livermore said also trading is 80% waiting, doing nothing.
Yeah. Doesn't go up or down just in straight lines. We do need those consolidations, corrections. Gents, I think we can call it. I think that's about it for us today. Yeah, are you guys on tomorrow again?
I will be, yeah.
Okay.
I'm on again from next week.
All right.
Great.
Cool. I might see you next week again during these sessions. Was a good one. Thanks, guys. I'm not on tomorrow, so
Have a good weekend,
yeah.
guys. Yeah?
Thanks for all your inputs there.
No worries. It
To
was
all of you,
fantastic,
thank you
guys.
very much. Stay tuned for our next round of coaches, and yeah, have a fantastic rest of your day. Awesome.
Cool. Enjoy, guys.
Cheers,
Thanks.
lads. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, good to see you.
Hey, Paul, Igor, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Jannie, how's it going?
I just
Yeah.
execute trades.
Huh?
Is it short pound US dollar?
Of course, my friend. What else? Yes.
Okay, yeah. The pound US dollar, that was an interesting one, but it's definitely looking like it's going down now.
Yes.
Maybe I'll start with that if you don't mind. I'll just start with that one. I mean, it's been a waiting game in the pound US dollar, right?
Of course.
It's just been, I mean, it's been, let me just go to the 4-hour time frame. So we've been trading lower and we've been in this range for some time, right? And we found resistance at this 38.2. This is the fib levels from the high to the support level. And we were ranging there and I was hoping for a break lower so we can get that double top. Didn't get it. I was a bit nervous about this going up, but the 61.8 for me was like the last lifeline. It had to hold there, but it just pierced through too far for me. So I wasn't interested in that. Right. Even though it did come down, I wasn't interested because it just kind of pierced too far through that resistance level. So, and after that, it did come down. And this was last night with FOMC. Yeah, got it right. FOMC. Hey, Igor just opened another trade. It's all happening here tonight. Anyway, so this is the FOMC, and we had this initial push lower, and then this morning we pulled back, and then this was before the GBP news this morning, the official bank rate. So what was the actual? I didn't even look at what the actual was. Yeah, 4.25. It was 4.5. 4.25 was forecasted, and that's what we got. And then we just got that really strong push back up. But I say strong push back up, but it failed. And if you look on the 1 hour time frame, you've got this little channel here. See that? That's why I assumed you took a short there, Igor.
Yes.
But yeah, so but for me, I want us to still break below this level. I don't really like to place. For me, I just don't like to place trades here. If we can get that break lower, then we can get that. You can call it a head and shoulders or a triple top, whatever you want to call it. You can see those three kind of mountain tops there. And so if we can break lower, then we can get that level, that 50% or even this high here. So if you look at the dollar index is also still kind of holding above that support level, right? So it's still holding its ground there. So for that reason, I think we can go lower on the pound US dollar, right? Especially now that we're rejecting that news. So for me, there's no trade yet. I'm still actually bullish over the longer term, but in the short term, I would just like to get a steep pullback, and it's going to be like a slingshot. Yeah, I asked Michael last night, what's the word? It's a slingshot. You get like a really deep pullback, and then you go up. But whether we're going to get that, that's a different story, right? So, but I'm definitely interested in this one. Now, I wanted to just quickly show a trade that I don't typically focus on, but it's setting up so nicely, and it's very similar to Paul. You may remember this setup. It's from, remember Howard identified this candle here after pulling back. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Now, there's like pretty much exactly the same setup forming on the Aussie Swiss pair. So if you go to the weekly time frame and you zoom out, right, that was the support level that was broken, and now it's retesting it. This is the weekly time frame, and I was actually in the session with Howard when I mentioned this. I think we were over here somewhere. Then we spoke about, like, there's no patterns on smaller time frames. You can't see any kind of double tops or descending. There's nothing like that. So we just need a strong rejection of that candle, which is, we got that now. So I feel this is a very good opportunity, but now you just need to get your timing right. I think for timing, it will look pretty much identical to what we've, the exercise Paul and I we did that exercise, like where would you enter this trade? And it's basically you're going to draw your FIB levels again, all right, because there's no other real level of interest here. So like either rejection of the 50 or the 61.8, okay? If you have the luxury to watch the 4-hour candle. If you can't, then there's nothing wrong with just taking the trade and putting your stop loss above that rejection candle and targeting the low. It's still a pretty decent trade if you had to play it like that. But if you can set alerts and act to those alerts, if you agree with the analysis and you go, yeah, that makes sense to me, I also trade like that, then I think the 50 or the 61.8, a rejection of there would be ideal for this particular setup. So this is still busy forming, but you can see where the idea comes from, right? It's a breakout and a retest with a strong rejection there. So yeah, that's the Aussie Swiss and the pound US dollar, and then the NASDAQ we've been messing around this 200 EMA for a few days now. That looked like it. Well, initially we had this. It looked like it was breaking through. I think, Paul, maybe you and I were in the session. I can't remember, but and then towards the end of the session, it pulled back below, and then the next day pierced above, and then the next day couldn't follow through. Day after below, and then just on the 200 EMA, and today we're slightly above. So it's it's not really clear direction for me anyway on the NASDAQ. I think this 200 EMA it's just kind of struggling there. I still see this as a resistance area, the 2340. But right now, I mean, if you were into say intraday or maybe even swing trading, I don't think this is a good idea to kind of make any decisions or place any trades to keep open for a few days at a time or whatever. And then we've got what else have we got? Oh yeah, gold. Gold is also at a very interesting level to go short, right? On the 1 hour time frame, there's your. I mean, I don't know if you can call that a double top, but it's definitely breaking. Okay, it made a lower high, and then it broke through, and now it's retesting that level. So that looks pretty good to go short. I won't be taking that one simply because I want to put my risk at. I'm waiting for the Aussie Swiss actually and the pound US dollar. So I may be overexposed, and then I don't have. If all three goes wrong, then it's like, oh man, it's not going to be a good weekend. But this looks pretty promising for a short. What do you guys think about this one?
I mean, it's textbook retest. So, but it's about, are you happy with the confluence you've got?
Yeah, exactly. I think on like if you look at on the daily time frame, it's not even on the weekly, for that matter, it's not really. This is probably more like a fairly short-term trade. It's also not a position where you want to leave open. But for me, I was waiting for this level here, the 3166. That's a long way down, and we didn't actually get that. We got this on the 4 hour. We got this. It came into the zone here. You see that zone there? So it came into that zone, and then it pierced, and then it just went up. So I didn't get my level, and that happens. Well, I don't want to use the word a lot, but it happens. It happens. When I wait for a level, I just don't get it. Like, okay, well, fine, whatever. It may be the same with the Aussie Swiss, right? Like the 50 or the 61.8 is what I'm waiting for. It could just pierce through without me. Then I'm going to have to, kind of redraw everything and see where's the next level of resistance and maybe a bounce off there. Because this can go. This has a very long way to go down. If it does reject there and come down. And then we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is now at that level, that 99,300 level on that 4 hour time frame. We're at that resistance there. I haven't been interested in Bitcoin for anything. I mean, even though, you know, it's probably going to make new highs, but in terms of shorter term trading, I haven't taken anything. I mean, even though you could see, like yesterday, was it yesterday? No, Tuesday. It came back down to it was testing the support, and then it broke up. But with the FOMC and everything else, I just kind of left. I didn't do anything with Bitcoin, nothing. So we are at that resistance level right now. The day looks very strong. But yeah, I think this is a pretty key level to see what's going to happen from here. If it kind of fails there, yeah, I mean, maybe we can expect lower levels, but for now, it doesn't look like it's stopping, right? It doesn't really look like it. The weekly is really strong. That was a resistance area. The new week started lower with a flat bottom. In other words, there was no upper shadow. So the probability in that case is always pretty high for it to push in the opposite direction. And then the monthly, well, you can't probably see that clearly, but maybe you can, I don't know. But there's a very small upper wick there, and we did get a lower wick, and now it's piercing straight through. So I'm still not doing anything with Bitcoin. For me, there's just like typically the things that I would like to see. I just couldn't find it. So yeah, that's those are the markets for now. Over to I guess Igor, since I know Paul likes to take up.
No, Igor, no. I'm sorry.
All right, Paul, over to you.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Igor, go for it, please.
Thank you, Paul. So let me start first from the trade, and then I will just talk more about setups and everything. So related to the trade, I hope that you can see me right now. Yes, you can see me. So I will create one trade right now. It will be the swing trade. And I already, on other accounts, have a couple of trades on the British pound dollar, a few of them just on the top, and I will talk more about that. But before that, I will just create this trade like this. I will sell right now. And my stop loss for British pound dollar will be 338, and my take profit will be something like this, 313. It's a really swing trade, and I will just talk a little bit about that, just to go to the trading view and analyze the charts right now. So the first thing that I want to share is I'm right now on the British pound dollar futures. I hope that you can see. I will. Yes, you can see. So about British dollar. So today we got the news related to the British pound. We got MPC official bank rate quotes. We got monetary policy report and monetary policy summary. So as we know, as expected, the interest rate is decreased for the British pound dollar from the 4.5% to 4.25% as expected. But there is something that nobody expected from the economists, is voting. So when you talk about British pound, we need always to watch voting and how they're reported, because this really impact the market. So analysts they wanted to see that 9 members voted to decrease the rate, and what's happened here is two voters just they voted to hold the interest rate, while 7 of them decreased. So this was unexpected. So after the news, we first, after the news, in the first 1 to 2 minutes, we got a 40 pips drop. And then when we saw the official bank rate votes, after that, we saw huge spike to the upside. So that was the story today related to the British pound. And what interesting was that there was a delay of 2 minutes. Usually it's 1 p.m. should be 1 p.m. It was 1 p.m. and 2 minutes, and the market really didn't expect 2 minutes difference there, and it was a really choppy price in that moment. But what's more important is that Powell yesterday, and the Fed, they didn't how to say nicely, to be political right, they didn't take the pressure from Donald Trump, and they make decision they own. So in that case, the interest rate wasn't decreased. There is no, just as expected, which means that the US dollar should strengthen, and we saw that. We are just right now above the level 100. Now I will back to my chart and a little bit talk about the bias. So as you can see on 30-minute chart, we can see really the bearish bias on relative strength index indicator and on the chart itself. So everything is clear on British pound dollar, actually. But there is one thing, the price is really choppy. And we got several attempts for 1.3280 to 1.335. So 70, 80 pips up, down several times. And it's really frustrating. In the beginning, I just had, I think 2 days ago, I had just a couple losing trades there. And now everything changed when I saw one very important level. I will try just to show that. That was my inspirational level. This moment, I think it was like, okay. This was the May 7. Yes, this is the moment. So yesterday, in the second part of the US session, at this level, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 times retest of the price level 1.3355. And after that, it was the huge, we just rejected price level, and price started to go down. And what's happened during the Asia session, price started to go up again. And just early in the morning, before the 6 a.m. on my time, I couldn't sleep. I just take my cell phone, which is very wrong thing to do. But in this case, it was beautiful because I was on the price level 1.335. So it was the same rejection level that we got a few hours before. Now we were again at that level. And I couldn't attempt, I just create a 10 pip stop loss, little bit aggressive trade, because it was so many times retested without break. There was no news, nothing. Volume profile was excellent. Everything on my side. My bearish bias exists on the chart, and I made that trade with only 10 pips, stop loss. And what's happened? Price in just a couple hours went really strong to the downside, again to the 1.326 area. And after that, you know what's happened, the news of the UK news. And again, during the US session, we got another attempt, but this time we couldn't reach to 1.3355 level. And what's happened? We started to go down. This is why I have really clear picture here related to the British pound dollar. And that's why I create this swing trade, which I believe that can be very profitable somehow. What I expect here is something that I want to share with you. I will do that on the one daily chart, just to show something. I think it's very interesting. Okay, so what I did, I watched the delta flow profile on the daily chart, and the numbers are so small, it's very hard to see right now on the screen. But I will just give you, when we see these volume profiles here, I will just give you the numbers. So this number here at level 1.326 is around 170,000 K with volume profile. Above him is 110, etc. But below that, there is a one volume profile, only 20,000 K. So it's like I see, it's 9 times less. It's low volume profile. And what I did for last couple of years, I went just to see that small price difference there, and I realized that price usually when we break 325 1.325 level on the British pound dollar, after that we have a very strong push down. And believe it or not, look this candle here. I will just try to a little bit zoom to see. This is the daily candle here. It was I think more than 200 pips last time when we had the similar situation at the similar high and the similar bearish setup. And I went 10 years in the past, and now I realize that this 100 pips that we have from 1.313 up to 1.325 is like a vacuum with a very low volume usually. And price really fast is going either from the top to the bottom, either from the bottom to the top, but very fast. And this is why I put this swing trade, and this is why I want to see if we break the low that we have, that Jannie said. If we see that break, really British pound dollar can be really fast and go down. So I think that your strategy, Jannie, related to the British pound dollar and that level that you want to break is a very good strategy, because this is very low volume profile, and I think that price will go just like through the vacuum in that moment. So this is the setup, and I hope that will be good. Right now, I'm seeing that that the British pound dollar price during my speech went more than 50 pips. So I just need to speak fast, and everything will be fine.
Did you mention the trade deal? I mean, did you mention, because that's the news I've had out the UK today, the US and UK trade deal. So how is that impacting things?
I think that for me can impact the stock market, but related to the British pound and US dollar, the thing is simple for me. The most important thing is interest rate. US dollar has higher interest rate, British pound dollar decreased interest rate. Plus, we have this bearish setup fundamentally, and on the chart, everything is bearish for me. So this is why I believe that we can see a huge drop in British pound dollar. Of course, this is just projection. I cannot see the future, but related to the stock market and the UK stock market and the US stock market, other things, this is another story. So I always think that kind of the deals can just push the stock market up, and this is the only thing that I can see. And like I see from the yesterday, just to show on the chart right now, I will do that just to show the dollar index. So the dollar index started to go up, and we're above 100 magical price level, and I think that this can be now the bigger correction, or the trend switch right now. So this is the whole story related to that. And what I'm watching too, just related to the charts, because I cannot enter too many trades correlated with the US dollar. I can just watch. For example, yesterday we got engulfing bearish candle for Aussie, and this can be interesting for people who want to enter in some trade. Now everything changed. The picture is different. You see the US dollar index starting to go up. We see engulfing pattern in the Aussie dollar, and the bias and everything is changing right now. So a couple days ago we were so sure bullish here, and now it's different picture, which is a normal in trading. This is why we sit all day and watch the charts. So this is that. And US dollar, Japanese yen still in the channel, of course, because of the US dollar push upside. Maybe we can break this channel. It's good to monitor. And related to the trade that I already have is the US dollar Swiss. We're going a little bit upside. It's a really boring. It's a really slow. But as you know, I watched this trend line, which is broken a couple days ago. So we retested this trend line, and now we are bullish. So last 2 days we're bullish, and I hope that price will start to go up to my target here in 1.88, and that this trade can be long swing trade, which is good. And the other things that I will not comment, because this I want to hear from the poll, is related to the Bitcoin, because I see again a bigger gain here, and now we are very close. Actually, we are right now at $100,000. So it's a magical level. So we will see what will happen there. But this is my setups for today, and now I will enjoy to hear you, Paul, related to the Bitcoin and other cryptos.
Are you sure you're going to enjoy it, Igor?
100, you say 100K? I haven't checked it today. 100?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
By the way, I just want to say, Igor, I think the entry you took on the pound US dollar is a very good spot, because you just came off that downslope, that trend line. You got a beautiful bearish candle there as well. So I hope I will be joining you soon in that short.
Yes. But believe me, if that happens, if we see that break, just watch the price, how it's going down, because you will surprise. The next time, I couldn't believe. So in October, when we got that trade from the same levels, everything was the same. Even the setup was the same. Even the same chart. I just see in my eyes right now. And believe me, it was so fast that I was, because there's no many levels that will hold the price.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, the only one is the 1.32 level. And that's the only, below that, there's nothing all the way to 1.3.
Yes. 1.30. And one thing that I forgot to tell, if we go to the weekly chart and we start to analyze here, I need a really, I mean, just what I will do, I will just remove these price levels, just that you can see that. So what I will do, I will add a trend line on the price, which is 313. Just a moment, 313. It will be, yes, something here. So if you go to the past and go 10 years in the past, you will see how many times this level was weekly low or weekly high, or it was insane. So many times. So that level is institutional, very strong level on the weekly charts. So it was the maximum price in the July 2023. It was the several weekly low high in the September 2024 and October 2024. So we can go more and more in the past, but this level is a really magical level. And below this 1.325, and that level is a really empty space of the institutional levels. So this is very interesting for trading.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But like you can add on top of that the actual like patterns as well, right? The fact that you got off the weekly resistance, and then that again you can call that the triple. I'm not sure if you can go to the 4-hour time frame there, Igor.
Yes, I will go just to see the 4 hour. It's a beautiful in the 4 hour. I see really a bearish trend line. So we can put it like this. So it's a really clear bearish, 45 degrees down. So it looks really nice, and I hope that we will break this level and enjoy after that.
yeah, we definitely on the same page. That's exactly how I read it and what I'm waiting for. I'm still obviously I'm not in a trade right now. You know exactly what I'm waiting for, but I just want that confirmation. Yes, it's breaking. Then that would be great, because it will make for two very nice trades. It will make for a really nice short with a lot of room to the downside, and then when you hit that support level, if we can go down there, the 1.3060 level, if you can, 1.30125. If it can go there and it finds support there, then that would make for another great opportunity to go long. And then that would be, I've said this before, that would be trade of the year. If it can just play out like that. But maybe it doesn't break the low.
There's awards.
Yeah. Don't you? Yeah.
Don't you have like one? I've been doing this for a long time.
I've got my whole I've got like a cabinet full of trophies. Trade of the year. No, you don't have that.
Is this a South Africa thing, or is it?
No, what you do is you go onto Amazon, you order a trophy, and you do the engraving at some engraving place.
I feel missed out. I do.
Yeah, but anyway, no, seriously, that would be that's how I see it like unfolding. We just need to break that low. If we don't, because we can very easily just range and very similar. I think we are now, not quite. I mean, remember that Igor, Paul, you'll also remember that the pound US dollar range. We've been in a range for so long, and then we finally broke out on the tariff news. We finally broke out, and then the next day we just reversed and closed like below the range. Remember that? So this could very easily do that again. So that's why I prefer that confirmation, just that close below. But anyway, so the pound, very boring the last few days, but it could turn it can change very quickly.
Yes. And before the poll starts, just to say to Andrew, because there is a comment there that the dollar index is stronger, heading to 102K. You are absolutely right. The next 102K is the next level that we can reach, and I hope that US dollar will be stronger in the next few days. So this is it. And now the poll. I want to see the crypto comments from you, man.
Yeah, Andre also says Paul is short Bitcoin.
Well, that means two things.
Andre, you've got a sense of humor. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I am not short. Right. Let's start with a trade, shall we? That I'm in. It's been a bit of a crypto news day. Sorry, I've been paying attention to that. Let's just let me share my screen. That'll be helpful, right? Entire screen. Here we go. Right. What trade am I in? I can't remember. Here we go. So yeah, this is. Can you see this? Okay.
Yeah.
So yesterday, this is a top altcoin pick. This is a setup we've been paying attention to for a while. Previously, it was a buy the breakout trade. Now it's buy support. Yesterday, when I was looking to take this trade, it's a B setup. It's not perfect, but we had nice confluence. But that wasn't enough really to make me enter at this point, because by that point, Bitcoin hadn't made a move. But I did this and I noticed there was quite significant divergence. So I entered the trade. And if we now switch, trade is a nice in profit trade. I don't know how much, because I don't know what the tools are. But yeah, so nice clean entry here, almost a perfect entry on the retest, no issues at all. And here we are. And I've got this with a bit of leverage on another exchange as well, which is giving me about 35% overnight. So good trade. Let me just have a look.
Beautiful.
I mean, there's an order block here, so I'll probably get out of this, right? I mean, the target's here, but I'm not precious about it. Once I've got my 30%, I'm fine. So yeah, that trade's happening. Frustratingly, my MKR position still hasn't filled.
You should have started with that. You start with a losing trade, and then you go to the.
Got into it yet.
Then you go to the trade that didn't trigger, and then you show the winning trade.
Does it look like I'm organized today? I don't even know what jacket this is. So here's the thing. So we were talking previously about GMX and how I essentially decided to get out of this trade because I wasn't happy with it. So, and I did, and you see, I got in here, wasn't happy with the direction it was going in. Happy for it to reverse, no issues there, but I lost confidence in the moving average. And then my trade plan was, if I lose this level, then I just get out on the bearish retest. My stop loss is down here, and I did. So I entered, realized it wasn't going the way I wanted it. Shouldn't have probably entered because I didn't get the confluence, but I wasn't paying attention. Second I saw this coming down here, I set a no loss exit order and got out, easy peasy. And that's fundamentally part of my strategy, right? I don't want my stop loss to be hit anywhere close. And the idea is, if I lose this level, I'll get out straight away. And it would have worked fine, even if it continued down. So that was a no loss. I just wasn't working out. But MKR, the issue with this one is, so this has been in play for a while now, and this is quite unusual because it's showing quite a lot of resilience. So typically you need to reevaluate your trades, of course, from day to day, because the context may change, but this hasn't. And now it's heading higher. It just makes this support level easier to come in on, because the higher it goes in this range, the more buyers are going to keep entering here. In fact, if the price, there's more chance now the price will bounce at this level. Now we're going higher. So this trade is still in play. I didn't quite catch the wick because I wanted to come dead in on this level for risk management purposes, for the same reason I just explained about GMX, but still waiting for that one. Just want to talk about Lever. I know you're all probably saying talk about Bitcoin, but it's honestly not doing anything too good. It's fine. But this was a top altcoin pick from this week. Now, we established previously that this is largely untradeable, right? There's a couple of ways to enter, but because of the volatility and the extreme nature of it, traditional, usual approach isn't going to work. So you need to have a specific strategy for low cap and high volatility tokens, and it's a little bit crazy. Perhaps no stop loss, small amount, just go for it. It's a bit crazy. But we had the retest, we had a good retracement, a solid retracement, and we were coming in at this level and a low liquidity node. And the trade played out great. However, as you can see, great profits, but it was untradeable, because if you came in here, you're getting stopped out straight away before it reverses, right? Because it came all the way down. I'll just zoom in so you can see what it is. So if you had been looking to enter here, there was confluence with the moving average, which seems to have disappeared. You come in here, you got your stop loss here, it just gets stopped out straight away and then away. So impossible to trade really without just making mistakes accidentally. So that was just an interesting sort of thing. And I was talking about this today with a student, and I don't have strategies particularly which I employ for these high risk kind of moves and beyond traditional TA. If I miss it, I miss it. But there are strategies which you can use which are very different to what you consider appropriate actions, in terms of not having a stop loss, using market orders, everything we kind of teach not to do in the crypto space. And it's kind of, so what you would do is you would find 4 or 5 of these crazy low caps which have ridiculous volatility, and you would just you would realize that it's highly likely you're going to get stopped out, or the price action is going to get away with you. So you would either buy the swing, the buy the breakout, but the move above the swing high, or just buy a hard breakout with a market order when you get a candle body close. Different strategy to what you're doing. And likewise, if you are thinking of entering, some of these things you just have to realize, I'm going to go in at $50 in just four of these sorts of high volatility setups, and I expect to lose most of them. But if one goes, you make a ton of money, right? And that's the approach. But I just don't trade it that way. So other YouTubers or other commentators would be like, look at this trade I planned. Look at this trade I gave you guys. Look, it was 100% in a day. Look at me. There's my Lambo. Can you see it? And it's like, this isn't it. I was saying in the top altcoin picks video this week that this was really untradeable. And even if you had got in here, no one's waiting to take profits at the minus 2.618 fib level, right? I mean, you could take it here, right? So this is the reality of crypto trading. I could tell you that I gave you a setup which gave you 100% gains in 2 days, which I did, but who have you managed to trade it? Not me. So just, a bit of context, but let's have a look at Bitcoin. Oh, hello. So yeah, yesterday I was talking about this golden cross kind of changed things a little bit, because this is a really strong bullish signal. And I was saying that I expect potentially we could have a move up now because of this, as opposed to a retrace, which I want to see for healthy price action. But we're now firmly in this range, and we haven't properly had apart from this little candle here, we haven't had a proper retest. So this is the level to watch now. And because we've got the points of control as well, it's a solid flippening might be happening at the moment, and this could be the foundation we need to attack all-time highs. Don't particularly want it to happen from here, because that's almost guaranteed we're not going to break them. But yeah, so good moves from Bitcoin, but obviously when it is on the back of the FOMC, and obviously it wasn't just that, it was the rumblings of a trade agreement between the UK and the US as well, which was doing it. And I think people would be looking at that as the first sign that maybe some of the issues in the economy, we might be on the runway to take off away from it. But with that kind of mentality, you kind of forget that there's 100 or so other countries which you need to have deals with, and the UK is just the first, right? So so we just want to retrace from Bitcoin. This would be a nice little entrance for maybe a little short-term trade in this range. But bear in mind that this has been a lovely move. We still haven't had the higher low yet. I mean, obviously that's a higher low, but I'd like a proper switch on the macro to come down a bit further here to this range, maybe. But this, loads of sellers. Everyone who's been playing these entries, right, this is where they're going to take profits, right? They're not going to wait to see if we break all-time highs. So this is where the sellers will hopefully take over. And even if you do see a breakout of this area, don't trust it for sure. Do not trust it. Bitcoin always could always do a couple of attempts. So get the candle body, get a new all-time high in, and then look for an entrance lower down, and then the sweep, and then the move upward should then exhaust the sellers. But there's tons of sellers here. Just be very mindful of that entering here. Should at least wait for a pullback for Pete's sake. So yeah. And what else have I got? And yeah, Bitcoin dominance is reacting quite positively. So it's still in an uptrend, but this is the biggest downwards move, which is good for altcoins. We've had a little bit of levity since really March. If you look at it, this is the biggest downwards move, and this is money proportionally entering the altcoin market, which means the altcoin market is just briefly outpacing Bitcoin's growth, which is great. And this is what we've been talking about. But again, still an uptrend. We need this to break further, and there's so much more work for Bitcoin dominance to do. And I honestly think that this is the kind of area we should be looking at for a tipping point for Bitcoin dominance. And you might be thinking, well, doesn't that mean we're going to have terrible altcoin trading? Well, total 2 is, you can see, it's bouncing. We wanted to bounce from here, which means the altcoin market is growing, just still not consistently at a faster rate than Bitcoin. And then when it does grow at a faster rate from Bitcoin, we should then have something like this, which is what we're waiting for. But I wish I could say it was that simple. Risk assets have got a lot of work to do, and they've got a lot of headwinds. So Bitcoin might be fine, but so far everything's lining up. The price, the money flow, and everything is good. And we could see, and obviously altcoins are making some moves. But if we just look at Jupiter as an example, on the intermediate, we're still in a downtrend on the primary, right? This is still a downtrend. This is the first potential bullish sign, the break of the moving average, but we haven't surpassed this high yet. So don't enter some of these long positions and thinking, yeah, I'm just going to hold it. don't yet, right? Short-term trades over the next few days, maybe a week, are fine for sure, but anything more than that, we're not ripe yet. But I don't think there's anything else interesting happening. AVAX is bouncing off the golden zone, but again, you can see we've got rejection, so I think we're probably coming a bit lower, and the 618 would be a good position. What else we got? Floki again flirting with the golden zone, but you would expect, of course, a retrace. But I can see that happening now. As long as we don't break this high, I could maybe see this happening, and then coming up here. So just be very mindful. Don't get sucked up in the fervor, right? The news articles which you read about Bitcoin, they don't know what they're talking about. Right, I'm just going to say it. They don't know what they're talking about. A lot of these journalists who cover Bitcoin cover it just like a traditional stock. So, as an example, Bitcoin will enter its. Let me put Bitcoin up so we can see it while we're talking about. Let's leave the monthly chart. So, when you see a traditional stock like Apple tanking or whatever, the news report will be like, shock with Apple stock, 10% down today, blah, 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 right? And this is how they sell it. And they're like, what's the problem? What's happened? How's this going to impact iPhone sales? But when Bitcoin enters its bear market, because that's inherently part of its cycle, everyone's writing news articles like, what happened with Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin over? And I'm like, no, it's had 2-3 years of bull run, and now it's got to come down. It's perfectly natural. Like, it's a 4-year cycle. And none of these articles even mention the halving, the inflationary programming and mechanics. They don't talk any of it. So this is a move upwards into the next range from Bitcoin. That is it. Nothing else. So just calm yourself, my friends.
Yeah. Do the old yoga, meditate, relax. James, nice to see you. Will Igor take a look at gold also? James, did you miss the beginning? Yeah, I mentioned go short 45 minutes ago. Not sure what gold looks like now, by the way.
Let's take a look at gold then. Let's Igor look at gold, or somebody look at gold. Let's do it.
Yeah, Igor, yes. You can show gold. Like, well, we were at a.
No problem. I will just show some trades that I missed related to the gold, but I'm watching right now. I will just do it right now. Okay, so this is the gold. I hope that you will see. Okay, so related to the gold right now, when we have the stronger US dollar, I will not try to buy gold right now. Of course, what we can see on the chart related to the gold is that on the 4-hour chart, we have a bearish divergence on the relative strength index indicator. Even we have a bearish bias on the same on the chart. If we just check this move, it's a little bit with the bearish bias. However, what I missed here is, and I was ready for that, and I missed that trade, is this moment when we retested this area here. It was the I think it was the middle of the April. So that is the last time that I wanted to enter in some trade related to the gold, because it was a really good push upside. Then we go down, retest the level, and start to go up. And I missed that trade. And after that, I didn't like that. So the first problem that I see, for example, to buy gold, is that we reach the high. We started to go down, bearish bias, then we start to go up, and we didn't try to break the highest high from the end of the April, and we're still a little bit a bearish bias, especially, like I said, dollar index starting to go down. So I'm out of this trade. And maybe if you plan to enter to sell the gold, this, for me, I think that British pound dollar is a much better trade to use the US dollar.
Igor, stick to gold. The question is about gold.
Yes. Yes, but like I said, either you trade the gold, euro dollar, British pound dollar, any dollar currency pair. I want to pick the best opportunity for risk reward ratio and for everything else. So this is what I'm thinking about is we have this tariff war. We had a problem. This will create some problem with inflation. We will have problem with inflation. Gold is usually used as a for hedge in inflation, and this is why fundamentally I don't know what to expect, because Donald Trump can tweet something and that will mess the market, and after that the gold can be crazy, and I don't like that. So
Yeah,
I
and
just
one of his grandkids can get a hold of his phone as well. Just have a bit of fun, you know. That can really mess the market. But sorry, did you want to carry on? I just wanted to quickly show you on gold, just like to show where we
Yes,
were
please, yes, please.
right at the beginning of the session. So James, this is where we were right at the beginning of the session. We were right here. Okay, so you had that breakout and the retest, and now it's rejecting from there. Right, so that was the short. That's it. Over to you. No, but I think like we can have a look at the longer time frames. I've mentioned this before, that the level that I would be really interested in is that 3166 level. It's a bit far away, I know, but it's not it's not out of the question. It can go down there. But I don't think like taking a short year. I'm not saying leave that open until you get to 3166. That's not what I'm saying. But if you had to say like where can this potentially go, right? Obviously, you've got this blade. Well, let me just go to a smaller time frame and see if there's anything obvious there. There's not much obvious here, right? I think back to the zone. You guys can come in here. Like the only pivot I can see here is down here. And then the other levels you can use is your Fibonacci levels. I love my Fibonacci levels, you know that. 61.8 is also a level where you need to start to pay attention to, or if you want to take profits, or just see how it behaves there. Maybe it just crashes through there. But it's not bullish at the moment, that's for sure. Definitely not. Right, this 4 hour candles now, this bullish reversal or whatever, just didn't hold. You can see on the 1 hour, it was just a retest of the breakout level. So this is going to go lower. But I would like to, I don't, for me, I won't buy anything until, especially on gold or maybe even Bitcoin or most things actually. I just like to make decisions based off key levels. That's there has to be a very strong premise for the trade. And that's usually the, strong support resistance levels. If I can see something like this, like on the 1 hour time frame, again, I just deleted the line. If I can see something like this on a daily time frame, that is ideal. Okay, this is the 1 hour time frame. But if you can see this on a daily, then you can go down to the 4 hour or even the 1 hour time frame to see for particular patterns and so on. Like this is basically what we saw on the Aussie Swiss, right? What I just showed you. All right, we're pulling up. We're getting closer to the 52 or the 61.8. Now, if we can get a rejection here, that would be a beautiful trade. But just to get back to my point, we are basically what we just saw on gold. We are getting this on a longer time frame. That is a much better opportunity because there's a lot more room for the trade to move. Okay, there's a much bigger risk reward ratio compared to a smaller time frame. So yeah, basically that is this is pretty much identical, just slightly different, but pretty much identical to this. See that? Breakout and a retest. So anyway, all right, over to any one of you. Igor, I see.
I'm going to close my dupe position, so I might as well do that with everyone watching because that's fun, right? What's this, Robert? Hi, Robert. Look at these upstanding noblemen.
Yeah, I read something else, but I'm glad to say it said nobleman.
I'm British, so I read it as nobleman. Yes, I was. My ancestors in medieval time were noblemen for sure. Not. Okay, right. What we're doing? Sharing screen. Let's just have a quick look. So just to give you a little bit of an insight, now I had this trade mirrored on an additional exchange. So I've done 2 trades, and typically I look for about 30% for short-term intraday stuff, or rather, a day or whatever. So I'm just going to exit this, but if I can figure out how to. So let's just have a look. Positions, and it reaches that point, and just look at the chart, of course, just principally the market is hesitant. This move shouldn't create any additional further. We've run into an order block. We've got resistance overhead. I'm perfectly happy to exit this position now. So let me just try and do that. And I think the simplest thing would be to move our take profit to where we are at the moment, which is what, 4580. So let's 4580, and let's just yeah, okay, fine, keep going up then. That's fine. I'll chase you, not a problem. Right, here we go. Okay, no, you're still going up. See, this is not helpful. Maybe we should do a market order. Principally, I don't do market orders. So let's just see if that gets me out. What was the price we're looking to get out on? One. I'm confused. Where are we? No positions. I think I'm out. Right, I'm out. I just got out. I think. Right? Did I? Go and see. This interface, honestly, it's fantastic for real. But
you're just kind of new to it still.
Yeah, I don't use this. So let's just figure out. I'm happy to. Oh, it's dupe, not MK. That's why I was getting confused. Closing position effect. So closing PR increase 485. 4591. You just got to wait a minute. Just got to wait a minute, and that'll close. So I'll let you know. But I can talk about Bitcoin monthly just for briefly, and then I can hand back. Just wanted to highlight that I've been talking about, if you've been following or what you've heard me talk about this, especially in the Bitcoin update video on Hola Prime X today. So previously, these represents the peaks of the previous bull cycles, and so this is 21. March 21. This is logarithmic, just for clarity. And this is December 17, and this is 13. And as you can see, previously, when we get these peaks from the top of Bitcoin's bull run before we enter the bear market, we do get extremely overbought conditions on the RSI. And there is a law of diminishing returns, of course, because the bigger Bitcoin gets, the harder it is to achieve 100 on the RSI, which is very extreme. So the bull run in 2017 only managed 95, where the one preceding it was about 97. And then the pandemic bull run, that only hit 90. Now, you could look at it as the economic headwinds were limiting Bitcoin's potential. I do believe it wasn't for the pandemic, we would have had 6 figures. But you've also got the fact that Bitcoin's a lot bigger now, and we have a lot, and there's a lot of institutional adoption taking place following this. So I think we could expect that this range may not be revisited again by Bitcoin, but we could see it tapping this area again around 90. But as you can see, we're nowhere close to being overbought, which means we have all of this space to go for Bitcoin. And if you put things in perspective, just to move up to here, just here is 250K, right? And if you think what it's going to take to make the RSI here become overbought like that, then you're probably thinking even higher. So former BitMEX CEO, Bitfinex CEO came out today or yesterday and said he believes that Bitcoin will reach a million by 28. And I'm like, really? So there's a lot of, this is
2008?
28, excuse me. Yeah. That's when it launched, 2028. So just 3 years. I think that's a little bit optimistic. But when you look at charts like this and you see the potential, I mean, we're looking at like 2 million right here, and this is 1 million, right? It's this is just pie in the sky stuff. 1 million is here, and the targets we do expect if we continue up is about 250. Now, no guarantee we're going to reach that, but you can see plenty of ways to go, and this is obviously answering that question, which everyone new to crypto has, is Bitcoin done? Is the bull run over? Will it continue higher? What price do you think it's going to get to? So, I think we've got plenty of room ahead. I'm not sure it's going to be a million in 2028, but who am I to argue with the former CEO of Bitfinex.
Paul, what do you mean? Who am I? You Paul. Let's see who you are to argue with him. What did you see that article? Well, I just saw, like, you know, when you open a new tab on your browser, there's like these articles, and one of them was is it something about Ivanka Trump's coin made these crypto traders like 100 million or something like that? Did you see that? Is that, look, well, first of all, do you know, is there such a coin, like some?
Yes. Okay. All right. Fine. Let me just put a chart up while we're talking about this, so people are just not staring at our faces. As lovely as yours are, let's let's just leave Bitcoin daily on and just get rid of that circle because it's a little bit intimidating. Right. So the biggest so if you're not subscribed to Hola Prime X, there'll be a crypto news video out tomorrow, which kind of touches on this, because Trump family associated stablecoin USD1 has just finalized agreement with Binance. Now, for me, positive, helpful regulation, but is good for crypto. But political affiliation with tokens, stablecoins is bad. Now, this isn't a political thing in terms of my opinion, but it is a fact. The Trump coin, the Melania coin, and any other sort of token like that, including, you know, Pepe, Dogecoin, Dog with Hat, right, to a degree, you know, they are, you know, but especially with tokens associated with politicians, you look at what happened in Argentina as well, and the damage which that can do. They are not cryptos to trade. They are simply ways for these politicians, you know, and you can understand if they want to do that, to make money. It's as simple as that, right? That's what it is. It is a scam which should be avoided. Now, that's not a political statement. It's just a fact. They are not functional. They have no practical use case. They are just designed to provide money, and it's made Trump a lot of money. And fine, fair play. But this is why Elon Musk, of course, you know, originally, you know, was all these Doge tweets, and because he essentially had positions, so he will have a position. And again, I'm not criticizing anybody. This is just a fact of how the industry works and the dark side of the industry. So you'll have someone tweet, everyone should buy Dogecoin right now. I'm buying it. And I'm like, well, I believe you. I believe you're buying it because you're telling everyone. Why are you telling everyone to buy it? Because you want higher prices so you can sell whatever billion or millions you just put into it. And it's the same with all of these things, including Melania token, which is a real thing. So populism in crypto, and I think is going to be a big problem in the future, right? So you imagine this: Taylor Swift token, right? Rihanna token, right? Prince Harry token, right? You know, Prince Harry token today is beating Prince William token, right? It's like this is very dangerous. Go on, please.
No, I'm just saying I think it's almost as crazy as the 2000.com, that boom and bust. Everything with a .com behind it just made a lot of money, or everybody was just buying it. And it just all came crashing down because there's no value behind it. There's no value behind it.
Which is the case for a lot of cryptos. And, you know, let's just, as an example, right? So Hola Prime X offers 100 plus cryptos, right? None of those, all of them, they're USD pairs. So any token which achieves a USD pair, which is a fiat currency pair, right, has proven itself to a degree, either because it's, I mean, you know, Pepe's on there, right? But if enough people are trading it, it's a tradable asset, and that's fine, and that's okay. But the biggest threat of institutional adoption, and all of this talk about stablecoin wars, and this news which has just come out about the USD1 and the Trump family's association with it and the deal with Binance, honestly, it's terrifying. It's terrifying, and we just don't want that. We just do not want it. It's a massive danger zone. And this is not criticizing any particular person. It's the way the industry is going. And it's a conversation of, like, in my country, their approach to crypto is they ring fence it again, they put armed guards next to it, and then they hold your hand if you ever want to try. Okay. So whereas, and that's too much. It's crazy, right? Every time I use Coinbase or I try and put money onto exchanges, I am faced with pop-up, and then every few months I have to do a test, which is like, you know, just ridiculous for people who are established and just trading, right? I mean, I've been using Coinbase for a long time, and the fact that I have to jump through hoops just to use it, and I can't trade it without seeing this banner saying warning, crypto is high risk. I'm like, I know, I've been here for a while. So we don't want that, but we also don't want, because there's a bill which is just the, what's the name of the bill? I've just done today in the coverage. The Genius Act has just been put to the floor in the US Senate.
Despite that's the name? The name is the Genius Act?
Oh, yeah, I had to look twice too. I don't understand. I could say 100 things about that, but let's just move on. So the Genius Act is, again, we haven't seen the details of it yet. We don't know exactly what it is, but I think America will probably be more of a, yeah, do what you want sort of thing, right? As opposed to less, you know, the SEC isn't going to be chasing after these people anymore. Binance US may become, you know, fruitful again. And that also has its dangers, right? Because I think that there's lots of people in the space will want to have their own token, right? If Jannie, you become a popular trading coach internationally,
not if, when, yeah.
Well, it's probably happening.
No,
speaking of awards, so
yeah. No, I'm joking.
You know, you would you in the future, in 10 years, if you become that kind of celebrity, you're going to be, you know, you're going to have your own token. It's going to be Jannie coin, right? And people who love you and follow your tweets are going to want to get in on that Jannie coin action.
Yeah,
right?
My mom and my dad. Yeah.
Yeah,
just those two. Just the two.
but all you know, and it's just, but then all you get in populist approaches like this, you don't get anyone asking the questions like, well, what does it do? What's the point? Who's backing behind it? And whenever, when you hear this stuff coming out of like the USD1 stablecoin deal with the Trump family and Binance, again, we're not talking politically, we're just talking about the hard facts of how crypto operates. I'm like, you say it's backed by the dollar and these bonds. I'm like, well, prove it, right? Because we've heard it all before. Look at FTX, all of it. It's like, even Tether, there's still suspicions that Tether doesn't quite have the backing behind it in terms of, you know, cash it can use if something goes wrong. There's always been questions of that. And these are in things which are functioning and are here now and have been around for a while. What happens when, how do we say, you know, I don't know, like I said, you know, like, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel comes out with his own token. I'm like, do you have any faith that it's been set up properly? And I like Jimmy Kimmel, but I ain't buying his token, right? And it's just, this is the problem in this news. And Melania token, Trump token, not dissing anything about that other than the fact that it's a scam and it's a money-making scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme of sorts, right? All of these are, not just those coins, but everything else. And there's more of those in the space than not, which is why, you know, when you're looking at USD pairs, you know you're trading something great. And obviously if Melania coin showed up on Hola Prime X, I'd have something to say about it. But it doesn't, because Hola Prime X is great and they know what they're doing. So
yeah. Igor's been quiet because he's deep in the money right now with his with his pound US dollar. And like this, no, it's a really nice move. I really like what I'm seeing here.
Just to add something, because Paul just touched very important theme related to the cryptos. So if we go more than 15 years ago, we got something similar to crypto. I remember it was e-gold. Did you use e-gold more than 15 years ago? Do you remember that?
It's like a little bell in my mind. I was probably too young, to be fair. I don't know how you remember it, because you're probably younger than me.
It was like the crypto. We had the coin, which value is the same as the value of the gold. So how gold is going up, that coin is going up, etc. So the website was egold.com. And the good thing, if you're a programmer or you work something, you can pay the people and people can pay you using that eGold. It was very similar to crypto today. And it was very good because we did that, and we didn't pay taxes, because we give to each other the coins, etc. And there's no any kind of the taxes there. And it was a really nice idea. But the end of that story was that government, using the regulation and other things, they destroyed the company and everything. And I think that one of the persons that lose money there is the man or the woman that build the Bitcoin after that. So I'm sure, 100% sure there, because I remember it was the 29 or something. People talk about that it would be possible to create something 100% automatic to make management of everything of that. But what I wanted to say related to this crypto problem is, right now, every single crypto that we are buying is, for me, very similar to the lottery ticket. It's something like that. So if Bitcoin is going up, you can buy some small crypto and like a lottery ticket, and maybe that something will happen there and going up. And this is the way. Sometimes I see the market like that. I that's a picture that I see in my head related to that. However, I realize that I am afraid that Europe and the UK just push too much regulation in everything. And not just Paul, that you said about your website. I hate the cookies. And will you accept the cookie on this website? Yes or no? And you do that.
Don't blame my country for that. That was Europe. Okay? I'm sorry. That is Europe.
Country.
Yeah,
that I find that is the dumbest thing ever. Accept cookies. You can only accept it. Just do it. Carry on. Why do you ask me if I literally have no choice?
Yes, but
this is me trying to read the news, right? I find an article I like. Here we go. Click.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But
yes, very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not wrong, Igor, in a way, and certainly it can appear like that. But and all the conversation. I mean, we're looking at. I've just got out of that dupe trade. I managed to figure out how to do it. I'm just jesting, but yeah, I'm out of that dupe trade. Yeah, well done, me. I survived GUI trade. It's good. So
I think you deserve a trophy from Amazon for that.
Have I got my first GUI trade? You sold successfully badge.
Yeah. You sold successfully. Yeah.
What you don't see is me dominating other exchanges. That's what you don't see. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, that was a not on there, but when I was trading that on another platform as well with a bit of leverage, that was almost a 40% trade I've just closed, right, with 3x leverage. Okay. Now there's not pips and everything, and this is why we engage with the crypto space. But you have to look at it through a different lens. You have to approach it differently, and it certainly is the Wild West. But there's people who just trade these crazy coins. There's people in pump groups which will join them, and they'll just find the latest launch token. They don't care if it lasts till tomorrow, and they'll just try and benefit from that. And there is strategy you can do, but in terms of that e-gold thing, I mean, you're right. I do think Bitcoin's creation was a rage invention for sure, right? I mean, it was like it must have been, because it can't be a coincidence that after the mortgage crisis and the housing crisis in 2007 and 8, that someone goes, yeah, Bitcoin's a good idea, just a coincidence. No, of course, they were mad. They were furious. And it would be really interesting if we could ever find out who it was, to have a conversation with them about it and what their ideas was for it. So, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let me leave the gold chart open. So beautiful to look at. Look at that. Look at that.
It's textbook.
Well, yeah. Well, I would like to, if we can get that support level that I think it's too far, we may just get it.
Yes.
So you never know. Well, for now, it's definitely going short. And Igor, why don't you show us your pound US dollar trade, and maybe for the people who just joined late, just kind of show them why you got into that trade. It's doing really well.
Okay, I can do that. First, I will go to the British pound dollar. Okay, so this trade is really easy for me on a 4-hour chart. Can you see? Yes. On the 4-hour chart, we have a bearish trend. We have a bearish trend on the 4-hour chart, and we can draw the bearish relative strength index trend line there. If you go to the 30-minute chart, the same thing. We are completely bearish. First, we visit the 1.3376 level, then several attempts to 1.3355. Then today, just a few hours ago, we reached 1.334, and after that, we just started to go down, and it's a clear trend. I create a swing trade in the moment when we were on 1.3315. My stop loss is the yesterday high at 1.3375, actually 80, and my target is pretty far away. It's a 1.313 that I'm expect to see if we see a stronger push of the US dollar. But the crucial thing here, because as you can see, the gold is going down, the euro is going down, the British pound is going down, is actually US dollar index. And this is something that I watch right now. And just for everyone, I want to show something. I think this is the beautiful image right now. If we put indicator that I use very often, it's a free indicator in TradingView. It's called breakout and retest. I will just very fast explain how this indicator works, just to understand. So indicators find the pivot low and the pivot high, and try the recent swing high that's stored in the memory of the indicator, and try to check, is there a high above the swing high price? Are there any breakout or retest of that moment? And on the other side, using the volume indicator, try to see the buy and sell volume. And if sees, for example, that volume is that indicates more buying than selling volume on the retest, we have a buy trade. Or the buy set up there, and the same thing is for sell. So just in the simple word to describe. So if we see break above resistance, swing high, and the bullish volume ratio that buyers are stronger, the resellers on the retest, we see the buy signal, and vice versa. It's not some holy grail or something like that, but it's a very good indicator.
It's a grail.
Just
a grail.
Yeah, grail. It's just to see interesting price level when we retest important price levels. And now I can just tell you because there was a question, I think, from Andrew just beginning of this session, which is the next important price level for US dollar index. And in my opinion, the next very important price level is around 103.5, because if you see right now on the chart, look this, from the March 7 up to the April 9, we were around that level, believe it or not. So it's a very long time. It's a choppy price around that. And this is the next zone that maybe we can see another choppy price. And after that, the last zone that has a potential is 108. And all zones after that, it will be very, I will just show maybe on the chart. Look this, how many retest price levels we have between 105 to the 108. It's really a lot. So this is why this analysis is very similar to analysis that I talk in the beginning of the session when I talk about low volume profile for British pound dollar, because we can see that if we break 1.325 today or tomorrow or next day, I don't know. After that, if the trend is bearish, it start to go down, it can go very, very fast because we do not have important price levels that can hold very easily on institutional levels. So this is very important, and we have the similar situation on the US dollar index, and everything is correlated. So this is why I will not close my trade today if I see that price just create the new ultimate low for the last 7 days for British pound dollar and maybe other currency pairs.
No, I think your entry is very good. Like that downward slope, you were like trading it right coming off there. There was a pretty nice engulfing candle there as well. So it's a good entry.
Yes.
That may have been the ultimate spot. So yeah, it's going to be great. I hope it's going to come lower. That would be really good.
I just want to put one disclaimer here. So if something happened in the last 2 hours of the day and price start to go above 1.33, for example, again, or I don't know, because the market is crazy always.
Yeah.
And if I see that, I will close my trade and I will go to sleep as a beauty queen. So I will.
Hang on. Just what?
As a beauty queen. All right.
Yes.
I don't even know what to imagine. I don't even know what to imagine. Right?
But you don't have, what's your pajamas, like a little fairy dress?
Something like that. Something like that. You heard for the expression beauty sleep. That is something like that. Yes.
Well, you don't need it. Everything's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. No, but everybody knows exactly what you mean. So yeah, no, you'll sleep kind of peacefully, relaxed. I know what it's like when you enter a trade, especially this time of the day. Well, I think in your case, it really moved away from your entry quite nicely. But other times when you enter a trade and it's not really moving away from your entry that much, that's when you don't sleep well, right? Because then then the overnight and that first hour is a bit messy, and you get the big spreads and all of that. But I think in your case now, or in this particular trade, you quite, that's not, you should sleep, like a beauty queen.
Of course.
But the session, I mean, there's still a number of hours left, so we can still break that 1.3258 level. We can still close below that, and if you look at you can even see it on the 1 hour candle. If you look at that news event candle on the pound US dollar, that really strong, it was also like I think 75 pips or something, that move. If you completely take that candle out, then it's going to struggle to go back up. I mean, it may retrace because you've got now 3 bearish candles in a row. It could be 4 or 5, but it never continues like that, right? It kind of stalls at some point and retraces a little bit.
The problem that I see here is that we are on the 3.50, and then we go to the 1.3260, and again, and so many upside down, and you think, okay, we had 3 attempts, now we will break, and we get 4 attempts. This is why that can be frustrating sometimes, but I see that every single time when we create that attempt, we're lower and lower, and I believe that the next time we'll break the support and go down.
Yeah, maybe one last test, just to stop you out and then come down. That would be great, right? No, not really. Hey, Robert, nice to see you. You needed that talk yesterday.
It's really good. We've got what we got. We've got James, Robert, Andre. This is good. Keep it up, guys. Bring your friends, right? And get them all to buy Jannie coin.
Yes, launching soon. No refunds.
Available on Hola Prime X when we convince them to list it.
I took max loss. Robert says I took max loss on one account and decent profit on the other. I'm still using the sim account to stay into trades, and I'm going to see how the other month goes. Yeah, great. I'm glad to hear that, Robert. Oh, is that a high five? Or was that a slap? Andre, is that a high five or was that a slap?
Yes, just to add something, if traders trade multiple accounts, for example, especially prop companies and etc., it's a good strategy to, for example, in one day to trade one or two accounts and other accounts not to trade, and the next day other accounts. In that case, you will never be in the position that you have 5, 6, 7, 8 losing accounts in the same day. So this is the something that I figure out a couple months ago, but it's a really relaxing strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Robert says, but I can tell you today, I took 3 trades to end the same place as staying in. Okay, I'm trying to understand what that means. I took 3 trades to end the same place as staying in. I was like, wow, that was. What does that mean?
You're talking about break even here? Is that what we're talking about?
To the same place as staying in. Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robert. I didn't finish school. You got to be more kind of clear.
All I see there, Robert, my friend, is 3. That's all I see, and I just feel that's too much, right? So just that's what I see, and it just. I mean, is that you literally 3 trades all at once? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, but I think he's talking about scalping, so it's different.
Yeah, I still. Yeah, I mean, guys, how many trades kind of have you? What's the maximum sort of amount of trades you've been in at any given time? Because you're right, it is a different space for sure. How many do you reckon?
How many at the same time or in a day?
Well, just juggling at the same time, whatever the duration. In a trade at the same time.
Like everything that moves. I mean, are you talking about like during my whole career?
No. What I mean is, how many balls do you typically have up in the air at any given time?
And for me now, just 1.
Yeah, I think this is each to their own. I mean, Igor, what about you?
If I have a swing trades, I can have multiple trades because some I can hold 7, 10 days or something.
Yeah.
But during one day, I maximum 2 trades. Maximum two trades.
Yeah, the only reason why I mentioned that, Robert, and we so appreciate you coming here because your questions are fantastic, and it's great to have real traders talking about their experiences and we can comment on them. But you were talking about you're thanking Jannie and Michael, of course, fantastic traders. And you were saying you needed that talk yesterday, right? Which seems like there's an emotional investment here, and there's a lot of stress involved. And I think, a lot of people will say to you, and I don't know what your situation is, so tell me to just tell me if I'm talking nonsense, and it's not applicable to you. But generally speaking, there are people who find it trading too frantic, talking about sleep, right? Talking about beauty sleep, right? Being able to go to sleep at night, have everything, without too many alerts going off. People will just say, well, just read this book and it will improve your psychology. And I'm like, yes, read the book, but why don't you just cut down on how many trades you're in, right? I think
the size.
Yeah, just that's what I'm saying. I mean, Robert, I'll ask the question to Robert, see if he can answer in the next 2 minutes. What's the maximum number of trades you've ever been in, Rob? So you've got these trades up in the air. How many have you had at any given time, like invested in? Just let us know. That'd be great maybe to end with. Thank you so much.
Got 2 minutes, Robert.
Come on, Robert, get typing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you have to kind of go through. I don't know what you, Igor. I mean, because I know obviously you trade Forex.
Yes, answer.
But in the beginning, like, it's been quite a long journey. But like, I've tried everything, different time frames, like everything, right? And there was a time where I was like placing, just it was part of the journey, 100, 200 trades for the day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nothing. None of them. Well, some of them were successful. Obviously, losing money, but
well, that's fine then, Robert. Your form, that's perfect.
And no. I mean, this is going way back many years now. This is like on spread betting. I'm not even sure if that's still a thing in the UK.
Oh, probably not.
Yeah. So anyway, that was a long time ago. No, I was just kind of still of the. I didn't have a clue how to. I didn't even know what a support resistance level was back then. Just nothing.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, it's going up. Buy. Oh no, it's going down.
Yeah. All I know is, Robert, and thanks for sharing that information. That's really helpful, and it's actually more conservative than I thought it might be. All I know is that as you get better as a trader, you take less trades because you refine your approach, you know what you're looking for, and that's the deal. You enter less, you focus more on A setups, right? Look at Michael, perfect example of this, right? So, ask yourself this: is more trades going to improve my success rate, or is less? And then if the answer is less, which it is, that's the answer. So it's for emotional well-being as well. I'm afraid, Andre, we're gonna have to disappear, but China not reached agreement. News came over the weekend that China and the US did not reach an agreement and that the tariff war continues. How is crypto? Well, I think good question. I think as we've talked about, this is the UK. The thing with the UK was one agreement. China is a massive thing, and obviously that would be very bullish if we get that. But there's a lot of work to be done, and China doesn't seem to want to play ball. How that impacts crypto, I'm not so sure. But all I know is that when we can put this behind us, all markets are going to benefit, and that's what we're waiting for.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, guys, we've sadly come to an end. We could easily talk for another hour and a half, but the next session starts in half an hour. To all the viewers, James, Andre, Robert, and everybody else, thanks for watching. Igor, Paul, always great to be in a session together with you guys. See you again. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, we'll be again tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Have a good evening.
Stuff.
Have a great day. Bye-bye, friends. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Michael,
Hey, hey man, what's going on?
good, good. And you, how are you doing? How is your day trading going? Good.
Yes, yes, yes. I must say today we'll get in. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
What about you? How's your day been?
I had a good day, really good day trading. Really, really nice. Sold the NQ after the open, and I had my A plus setup like to take the buys,
Hey,
and it was really it went well. It went well. I didn't expect it will. Let's say it will like continue like it does, but I took really good trade, especially the when I bought NQ. I will show it later. Like it was a
nice.
good trade. I think we had news Trump making a deal with the UK. Yes, with the UK. So that's what pushed the NQ the last. But
Gotcha.
yeah, it was a good day. Maybe I can start with explaining like the bias and the
Yeah,
trade.
let's see what you got.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see what you got. I'm curious to see too. What does it look like?
I think can you see my screen?
Not yet. It's trying to come in now. Well, no, I still can't see it actually.
And now,
yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So actually, today my bias was bullish. So let's start with the weekly, daily, and then I will explain the trade. So the weekly time frame, we are sitting in this supply, but the way the price come back to the supply, always for me it matters a lot. And we discussed this yesterday. Like this week,
My bad, Aymane. I'm trying to move my stop loss to break even really quick. I'm slightly distracted.
Yeah. Manage the trade always first.
Yes.
Like you want to show the trade or?
Well, no, go ahead. I'm gonna dig into everything because this is the trade that I was saying yesterday on EU was gonna be the trade of the week. We're gonna get into it.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let's get back to it. Okay. Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yep, I can.
Don't know if it's the right screen. Yeah. So hello.
Yep, I can see your screen.
Yeah. So just to continue, so let's go back to the weekly. So we were sitting in a supply, but as I said, like it always matters the way we came back to test the supply, and the way we came back here, we took this previous week. Bullish momentum strong. The daily, let's start with the bias for the day. So I think I explained this yesterday, but I was more waiting to take buys from here. But yesterday we hold this 19,813, and you can see this candle right here. Like we took this previous week, you see it close green inside this demand right here. Took previous week, close green. So I was looking for buys, to be honest, to buy like from the start of the session. So when I saw like the prices going down, I was more like, okay, so maybe there is this. We had, I think, some news pre-markets, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like the initial jobless claim, I think, or unemployment. So yeah, the 1 hour. Let's go back just to show it. So we were really going down. So this was my area. So it's unmitigated area. We never touched it before, and you can see here we took this previous week with this wick here, close green, got the continuation. So for me, this was really a plus setup here to buy from here.
Love it.
So yeah, so when the market opens, it opens somewhere here. Took a really couple of scalps using the scalping strategy 5-3 minutes. Let me just go back here. So I had the first entry. Let me see. Yeah, I had the first entry, first scalp. It was now, yes. From here, I had the first scalp, took those lows, and it came back again to this supply here. Took another scalp. Let me show it. Yeah, I took another scalp right here to target the lows. So the idea for me, it was selling until buy from this area here. So I was selling all the way here, couple of scalps, and I was waiting for this area here to take buy. So I took, I think, 2 or 3 scalps here, all green, 20-30 points. And here let me show it. Yeah, I bought first buy. Yeah, here I bought the first buy right here, and I went to break even. I think it's here. Let me Yeah, I bought here on this. I want first to fill this week and to see if there is buyers will continue, because sometimes we just touch the there is two scenarios, or we will touch the zone, this 1 hour green zone, and don't go and fly, or we will
Right.
touch it and then come back, touch it more deeper, and that's what we did, touch it more deeper and then go. To be honest, I will show later, like the delta, the footprint was looking was looking really negative. So I was really, let's say, at some point was thinking maybe we will not hold this 1 hour demand. I said, okay, maybe we will break it, because the way it was, like the delta, it was really negative. I will show it in a couple of minutes. So we took
Right.
another buy here, went to break even, and then the price, and then we will come back, and then we will come back, and then we test this more deeper. And then I will show later what is so on the delta. And I took the first trade. It was actually on the three minutes. It was here. So the way the candles were forming, somewhere here, this red line. So the way the candles were forming, you can see it, like the way we are pushing, it's gonna break higher. And also,
Right.
just one thing to mention is when the price was somewhere here, I think at 10.51, I saw on Financial Juice that Trump said, like, we had like good negotiation, or like about tariff and trade deal with the UK. So for me, like this push here, I was waiting just for this push to finish and get my confirmation. So when I got here my confirmation, I still hesitate, because I wanted more to see the 15 minutes to get this same candle, but on 15 minutes.
Right.
But when I saw the momentum, we are pushing, so I entered a little bit somewhere here. And then when this 5 minutes candle closed, because this is a big candle in this trend, this let's say bearish trend. So I said two things, or we will just slightly test here somewhere, like maybe 5 to 10 points max retracements, and then continue the push. Or if this push is fake, those buyers, what I saw on the delta is fake, not real buyers, we will see more deep retracements come back, and then it goes lower. And actually, like that's what happened. Like exactly when the next 5 minutes open, it went straight up. So here, when I saw this, I said, okay, the buyers is taking control. I should
Right.
just stay and let's target first those highs here. And that's what I did. Target those first high. We didn't get any retracements.
Love those trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, you smashed them.
Yeah, and at the same time, because on the 15 minutes, if you see, like the way I trade, we didn't get this candle. Like we took the previous week closed and then come back close green. But what I found is when the 4 hour was forming, this candle here, which is big, this blue candle, like I saw that we are creating the low and we are coming back strong. So I knew this trade will be, let's say, more of intraday, and like, let's give it more room. And that's what I did, and it pays really well. I think I got out from the rest. I think I got the majority, some here and then somewhere here, and then left, I think, one micros, I think, till here, somewhere here. It was really good day. So
Smashed them.
good day. Yeah.
Gotta love when that happens, especially when it's like, you know, the Friday's coming up. So you got Friday coming, and it's like, all right, nice and smooth. I made my week already. I ain't got to do too much now.
Yeah, especially I was live with the community, so everyone called the same trade. So everyone was happy. It was really good trade.
The same. It's so funny, Aymane, because me and you had literally the same day, basically. Smashed the trade and called it for the group. Everybody's in it like, yo, that was what we were waiting on right there.
Yeah. You see the W's.
Yeah. Remember I was mentioning to him, like, all right, now I said yesterday, I said, I'm waiting on EU. If EU sets up the way I want it to, it's not a chance that I'm gonna miss this trade. Remember I said that I set an alarm for 1 a.m. on Tuesday or Wednesday. That was yesterday, Wednesday. Set one for, I was waiting on a 4-hour close. I set one for 1, woke up, it was still hanging up there. I'm like, all right, I'm good. Same thing for 5 o'clock. The 5 o'clock alarm goes off. It's still sitting up there. I'm like, all right, I'm good. All right, now I know I'm gonna be up before 9, so I'm cool. But I was waiting on this thing to set up. I mean, wait. And I stopped this trade since Monday. Today is Thursday, right? I'm still in it right now, actually. Let me share it. But man, when I tell you, I took this trade on all my accounts. This is exactly what I was waiting on today. Not EG, but it was EU.
It's funny because this is like
right.
the third or fourth time that we have similar days. That like sometimes like we have bad days same time. Sometimes we have good days same time. It's funny. Yeah.
It's the craziest thing. So yeah, this was it though. I mean, literally smashed this trade because I said this for the past few days that I was waiting on this. Right, this is my A+ setup, as you say. Right, this is an A+ setup right here. Picture perfect. I was talking with my boy. We trade together in the mornings, right? And I'm like, yo, this is a bomb trade right now. He said, yeah, this is a Mona Lisa. Right?
Mona Lisa.
Yeah, so we a Mona Lisa setup. Absolutely beautiful. So 1350 cross. We know we're in level 1, right? Looking for that bounce off the 50 EMA. Right, as always. So boom, we get this to come out. This is nice. Then you see, as a million times I've drawn this pattern here. Right? That break and retest, boom, right? This is it. This is it right here. So when this 1350 cross, that same thing is happening about right here. Right? Same exact thing is happening about right there. Right? And then the sweet spot of sweet spots on the whole chart, the highest probability setup on the entire chart is right here. Right? This is the same exact move. Now this looks a little bit funkier on this side because it's an ugly peak top, but it's still there. It's just not picture perfect. Right? But you got this ugly M here, right? Then you come down, come back up. They even gave you a nice little double M, and boom. This is the same exact thing.
Robert told you in the chat that.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like just Robert said that he keeps seeing the M tops everywhere on the chart.
Yeah, as long as you know where they at, right? Like in this one, this is that level 1, right? So it's super important to know where you are in the cycle with this, but absolutely. Like again, I can't make this up, guys. It's not like I wish I could, right? I'll paint it a little bit better for me, but this is exactly the setup that I say A+ setup every day. Every time I will take this. I've been saying this for the past 3 days that this is about to be the trade of the week, and sure enough, right?
Yeah.
1350 cross once again. We're in level 1.
I think you mentioned it also yesterday. You said this setup, I will not miss it.
Yep, this is the exact setup, the exact one. I said there's a 0% chance that I miss this trade. Like zero. A 0% chance. So this is what I wait for. All right. Absolutely gorgeous. And this is the 4-hour chart. Right. And when I tell you I smashed this trade at a perfect entry, Aymane, my entry price was in at 27. I got in right here. Like I'm talking about entry was ridiculously good on this. So let me erase all of this. And again, this is what happens when you're patient, right? So I did split my orders up. I had to, like I always say. My first entry went in at like 07. So it was like right here, right? So I got my first entry about right here, right? And then my second entry is all the way at 27, right? So I got my second entry is all the way up here. Like, just look at that. This is almost to the pip when it comes to the entry. You see this? It only went up a few more pips. It only went to 37. I got it 10 pips off the exact place that you would really want to ideally smack it at. To the T. Now, it's not a coincidence either that they went right to the ADR. It went right through the 13 because there's traders going long right here. I always remember it's pending orders going long. So they activated these orders, went long a little bit, and yanked it all the way from them with this candle. Oh, you done. And if you didn't believe it, we're going to come back a second time. Boom, hit them again. Grabbed them again. Got a little confused, and then they went up. Oh, it's long. Everybody's saying this is long. Man, if they didn't shift this market from them so hard, boom. That's it. That's it. Now, I got a pending order. I mean, my bad. An alert here as to where I'm at plus, as you can see, my two orders are here and here. But if it come all the way back up here, just give me out. I'm not gonna let it come all the way back up to my initial two. So I call this like I got my stop loss in the profit by a little bit.
But you took already partials.
What's that?
You took partials.
Oh yeah, for sure. I took a quarter off of it. Yeah, I took a quarter off. I'm still so confident that this is going to continue to go. So I still got 75% of my position on all my accounts. And I only took off a quarter, as I mentioned. And if it come all the way back up here, fine, you can have that. I'll just take what I can get from here, right? If you come past this point, I don't want to be in this trade no more. To put it here is too short. Like this could easily come up here, ping this on, and then drop. And I don't want to be in a position where that happens. So I put it just a little bit above it. So at this point, I don't want to move my stop loss here because again, this could come all the way up here, hit it, and then fall over. And I'm gonna be upset about that. I'm like, that'll be a time where you move your stop loss too close. Right? Now, if it comes all the way up here, it can happen. I don't even want to be in this trade no more because for it to come back all the way up here, past this area, right? Past this area over here. Yeah, that's way too much for me. So yeah, you can have it at this point. Just get me out the trade.
and to be honest, there is still room to the downside when I'm checking. There is really still room to the downside. It's like I think we talked about this like last week. You were in a trade of, I think USD cut, I think, or Euro AUD, and it looks similar.
It was UAUD. Yep, that's the trade I took last week. Dang, Aymane, you remember that?
Yeah. I like the way you trade, so I follow to see the. So definitely it looks the same. There is a lot of room to the downside for you.
Yeah. Yep, that was EA. It sure was. Now I did close that one because I took that trade on a 1 hour chart, but this one I'm swinging. Right, like I'll hold this until tomorrow, maybe, but I won't hold it over the weekend no matter what. And reason being is I took this trade on a 4 hour chart, as you can see. Yeah. If I would have took this on a 1 hour chart, then I wouldn't want to hold it past the next session. But this, I'll swing this. This is a rare scenario because this is a Mona Lisa for me on a 4 hour chart. Not to say that doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen often. Right, the Mona Lisas normally happen on a 15-minute and a 1 hour for me, which again I want to be out of it by the end of the day. But something like this is absolutely gorgeous. Like this is my exact setup that I would take any day. I would draw it like this, and I've been saying this all week that this is going to be the trade of the week for me, at least, obviously. And I've been saying that if this sets up this certain way, I'm going to take full advantage of it, and there's no way I'm gonna miss it. And that's exactly what happened. This is the fruits of following your trading plan to the T, right? As soon as this candle closed yesterday, I grabbed this, right? And then literally after the session changeover, right? And it's pulled back up here to 27. I grabbed it again with my second half of my position to the T. Absolutely to the T. And this thing drops all the way down here. The only thing it needs to finish off doing is hitting the 200 EMA. If this hits the 200, I'm taking all my positions off. Because at this point, although it can, let me point this out. I took this trade right here. Now, even if you look at the daily, which I really like about this, right? Now, this got plenty of room to go looking at the daily chart, right? Like this technically could come all the way back down to the 50 EMA, which it might. This show might do it. I just know if it comes here, I'm taking my position off. But I love how yesterday I had the 4-hour, I'm sorry, I took it on the 4-hour chart, and this is the daily chart. So I had the daily confirmation, right? Like the day before, remember I was saying this wasn't it, because on the 1 hour it wasn't quite ready yet. I'm sorry, on the 4 hour. It had some more cooking to do. So it went back, it went a few. I was waiting for this close below this 13, which is exactly what it did. So now I have 4-hour confirmation, prices below the 13. And you can even see this small wannabe W pattern, even here.
Yeah.
Right? It's small, but it's there. Right? Once price breaks below this area right here, which it'll do on this candle, this should theoretically continue to go down. Now, how long it will take to do that, I don't know. I don't want to be in it to do all of that. I just wanted to hit this 200 EMA, and I'm out of this bad boy. That'll be it for me. I will make my 1.5% off of this trade on all my accounts and be good with that.
Yeah, like it's funny how there is a pattern that it's repeating itself this last 3 to 4 weeks. Like we get a little bit choppy price action earlier, starting the week on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and then close to the end of the week, and then like we get some clear moves, clear price action. I don't know if you if you feel and you see the same way, like this couple of the 3 weeks, I think.
No, to me, I was saying to my traders today, I feel like the market's starting to even though now it's seeming like I don't want to say it fully, but it has or whatever, but it's starting to look like it. Because for me to have a pristine setup like EU today, have that pristine setup, whoa, what just happened? Oh, have that pristine setup on, that was EA last week, right? This 2 weeks in a row now that the trades are starting to come back.
Yeah.
Right. Because here it was right here. This is the exact trade. Right?
Yeah.
Like once this closed right here, we took this right here. Boom.
Yeah.
Right. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Now I couldn't say could have, but I didn't want to continue to short this into the lows. But as you see, of course it continued to go lower. Like, of course it did, but right. But I don't really like to short that move. I like to short this one, because towards this part, when it's so low like this already, it gets a little bit dicey. So I try to stay away from it. But anyway, yeah, just to get back to the topic, yeah, EA was beautiful last week. That was what, the 30th, right? That was last week, right? Yeah, that was last Wednesday, right? So then we got this trade on Thursday. So it's starting to even out. Like I went through a period where it took me like for an A+ setup like this, it was not happening often, right? But now we done got 2 in 2 weeks, so I feel like it's trying to come on back, even on out. They said eventually like everything will be priced in, so like it'll be a little bit easier to read and like, you know, certain little things like that. So hoping for it. But yeah, man, absolutely smashed this trade today, and actually I'm still smashing it with 75% of my position.
Yeah.
As we speak, I'm talking about
GG's. This is
killer.
A really,
And once this is what I mean too, right? When I talk about taking the partials off, like it's so easy for me to hold this already, knowing that for one, I have no risk on the table. For 2, I'm already deep in the money. So even if this did come all the way back up to 70, it would have to move. It's at 18. It would have to move 50 pips to come get me at 70, right? And if you move 50 pips going back the other way, again, you can have it. I'll take what I got for the day, and that'll be it. But my target is obviously the 200. For me to hold this trade, it's so much easier with all of those in play already. No risk on the table. I've already taken a quarter off, so I'm already going to win for the day, and I still got this spread, right? Which is another 50 pips. Because if I got in at 27 and they got to come all the way to 70, what's that? Let's say 30. Yeah, that's 80 pips. This thing might become 80 pips. So like, yeah. I'm 80 pips in the money on one of my positions. Like that's enough. But it's so important to still have that extra piece in the market, just like now, right? Like, imagine closing it right here and this thing goes all the way down to the 200. And that's what used to happen to me all the time. I'm like, dang, I seen the money and I'm like, man, I just want to take the money, right? And it's like, nah, you don't even think about the money part of it. Follow the process. Like if I close this trade early without this hitting the 200 or coming back, whatever, or closing it at whatever time I want to, 355, whatever, I'm breaking my process at this point, right? Like I'm focused. The money has come today because I followed my process to a T. I mean, to a T. Even if y'all check out the last few videos, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, like this, I kept mentioning EU. If EU sets up, I'm gonna smack this trade so hard.
Yeah, you mentioned it so many times, but it's an A+. It's
yes,
really
A+
good trade, and like I'm looking now to the dollar, and the dollar is pushing strong with momentum to the upside. So you are good.
Smashed it. This is literally, again, this is that cycle. This is how the cycle goes. And if you can catch where you are in this cycle and, everything lines up and confirms, you will make the money. You just got to be patient. That's really it. You got to be patient, right? Stay away from that right there. Stay away from this right here. These two will tear you up in the long run. It's going to eat at all the profit that you make. You're much better off taking this setup here and this setup here in this cycle. As soon as you know where you are, if you can know you're in level 1 and level 2, that's the majority of the battle right there. Now, this is not going to always look like just this one bounce, right? This is just an overall level. Like right now, this is kind of like 2 legs, right? But so this is like a M top a little bit. It's not necessarily a bounce, but if you look at it, it kind of is, right? Like these are the same levels right here. Like this whole motion right here. These are the same exact thing. So if you can catch this and when you in this cycle, this is a super high probability setup right here. Like super. And then your target is this 200 EMA. Because they want to come down and meet each other anyway. So you got all this room. This was a nice, like, more than 2 for 1. This is like a magnet right now, just pulling this 200 EMA down, just pulling it. Well, the EMA is pulling the price down, that is. And as soon as it touches it, I'm out of here. I don't want nothing else to do with this setup because this is gonna be the next natural bounce point. It might mess around and be here for forever. You have to carry that thing till next week. Which is what I'm not trying to do. But yeah, once you notice you're in after that 1350 cross, and you notice that you're in level 1, you're good. You're good. Right? Because your whole price or point is to just catch this to this next wave. Let it, like how it came, how it broke this area and retested. You want it to break that area again. Same exact thing. It's not a coincidence that this came like right around this same little area. It's testing it over here. That's just how the cycle is. So if you can catch where you are, level 1 to level 2, Man, oh man. Right. I like the level 1 trades because it got so much room to go. Like I'm almost certain that it's gonna happen if it sets up the right way. Level 2s though, like, so these look different, right? So if you look at Euro USD, this is a level 1 trade going towards the 200. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. But if we go to, that was that EA setup, right? Was that EA? Yeah, that was EA. If we go back over here and we go to this 1 hour setup that we was talking about, remember this is a level 2 setup. And the difference would be obviously is when the 5200 crosses, it's level 2, right? And level 2, what happens is the MOW off the 200. You're not necessarily looking for the MOW in the level 1. You're only looking for the bounce off the 50. My bad. 5200 bounce in level 2, right? M's, W's off the 200. In level 2, that's all you're really looking for is in level 2. You're not looking for a bounce. But also just keep in mind that with the level 2 trades, now you need a reload. So you can tell that this was the outside structure right here, right? Because of this right here. This RSI line went outside of this Bollinger Band, right? And trust me when I say it's no coincidence that they came right back up to this exact point to retest this area. It failed, smashed down, closed below, you in there. Market baseline went above this static for this reload. So this was a level 2 trade, right? So just going back to it on that diagram, right? Because this, again, once you can figure out where you are in this whole thing, stop taking a lot of bad setups. Am I going long or short? Like you already know what direction you're going in. Like I wouldn't be buying above the 50 MA. This is a short market. But yeah, y'all, absolutely banging trades. You just always gotta, again, mainly be patient because I waited on this all week, basically, to take this one trade. Wait on this bad boy all week. Right?
Patience pays.
Level 2. Yeah. So this is a perfect example. Like I just want to kind of point out, like, right, is once again in level 2, the 5200 crosses. So it's the blue 50 and the white 200. These will cross. And the white 200 will be above for M's, right? That's why we got this M structure right here off this 200 EMA, right? And we're just looking for the move like that, right? And of course, in addition to that, we got the reload on the TDI, outside the band, inside the band. The whole shebang is right here. This trade gave you everything you needed to take this. This is a complete, pure, valid M off the 200. Simple. This is a layup trade, right? And you always going to take this. This is the second move that happens, right? So this is the second move, but you just want to here, level 2, right? And then again on Euro USD on a 4-hour chart, right? Level 1. The main difference is, as you see, there is no, here the 1350 crosses, right? The blue 50 and the red 13. These two cross. This is how you know you're in level 1, right? and then you catching that move going towards the 200. So again, you only taking these two setups. This is why I say all the time, and these two examples, Euro USD and Euro AUD, are perfect examples. Literally, I can't make this stuff up as to why I say you only want to trade those two levels, level 1 and level 2, because look how they just played out. And y'all see me draw this 100,000 times, right? I probably draw this 5 times a session. So when I always point these two sections out, that's why it's so important. This is a perfect level 1 trade, and Euro AUD was a perfect level 2 trade. That's it. You only want to stick with these two. Leave everything else. Leave everything else. Where the peaks, try to stay away from those peaks because they unpredictable. But yeah. I feel like I'm preaching right now.
It's tough. Yeah. Yeah, patient pays. Do you see what you wait for the A++ setup? You said it, you mentioned it yesterday, and you execute, and now you are managing risk and managing the trade. Let's say the trade.
Yeah. That's it. That's all I do now. You want to make the full dollar amount, right? You don't want to cut yourself short. Like I said, I still got 75% of this position on the line right now. Like this thing is still going like it's nothing. And this is after I've taken off again like a quarter of it. This thing's a monster trade.
Yeah, and like managing a trade in profit, it's also a skill like a trader should have, because it's not just about, let's say, managing drawdown or get a good entry, but it's also about managing the trade while it's in profit. So it's by itself a skill. Of course, it's hard in the beginning if you are not used to, but when you start to understand, at least for me, when I start to understand all this money, what I see there, it's not mine until it hits my bank, and then and then I start to have no emotions, let's say.
Yeah, and that's how it goes. And just kind of we was talking about yesterday, you just always want to have that if then scenario, right? Like you want to know that you want to have this plan before you even get in the market, right? Like everything I'm doing right now, I'm not doing it at spur of the moment right now. This was already pre-thought out. This is already part of my plan, and that's just how it is. So sticking to the plan, like this is literally EA and EU are literally trades from sticking to the script, sticking to your trading plan, right? So absolutely love it. Love it.
Let me jump quickly, show just the footprint, the delta, what I was looking for, and what I meant with negative delta earlier.
Nice. Okay.
Entire screen is. So let's go to the 5 minutes. So, like earlier today, earlier into the session, I mentioned something that the delta was really strong and it was negative. So yes, somewhere here. Actually, no, I see something like positive, but I think it was on the 15. Yes, on the 15. So why I was more? Yeah, it was on the 15. Just check this out. So we open around somewhere here, like the NY session open around like here, and you can see like we create a high like on I think London session, and I think we had the news at 2:30, and then even before like the delta was really strong and negative. You can see here like minus 400, minus 400, minus 2, minus 336, minus 170, and like there is no positive delta. So just we are going lower and printing just negative delta. So here was the open. So you can see why I was selling in the beginning. So we had big cluster at the low of the candle. Next, we got straight continuation. And that's what I like to see, just continuation. And then we touched this 1 hour demand. So that's why I say always you have to combine price action with the footprints and delta. At least for me, this is how it works for me.
Right.
So when you come back here and see, like you see that's okay, there is big cluster, continuation is good, and here we start to hold a little bit. Okay, first buyers try to step in, more sellers enter, and here we had this last push with minus 216 at the low of the candle. I always mention this, like when you see this at the low of the candle and later you see a big jump to the upside, and also the 5 minutes, if we switch to the 5 minutes. I think we talked one time, me and Michael, about this, and I told him, like, if we didn't fail but break a little bit, and then you consider it a failure. For me, this is a sort of failure, especially when I saw the volume. It was high volume in those candles here, so I knew that this push here to the upside, it's more like it's not gonna, let's say, trap, but it's like the context. The context of it was the daily was bullish, as I showed. Like the daily was bullish. We took this previous daily. Let me show it again. You can see it here. Took this previous week, close green. So I was like, from the daily, the context for me was bullish. So yeah, let's go back here. That's what I was mentioning. So we did this.
Now that W right there that I can see is really dope, because like, now I don't trade the W pattern. I mean this peak like this, but I still understand the rules of it. So between that first leg that you drew and that second leg, right? For the W pattern, at least like in my process, the second leg has to come back above the first leg within 4 candles, right? So if you look at the first leg on that candle that you drew, the point at the bottom, right? Yep, right there. So that's the low, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you look on where the other leg is, you got 1 candle. Yep. The next one is 2, right? The next one is 3. Yep. And then that 4th candle, the huge big blue candle, yep, go to the top. You see that's above the first leg. So as long as it's above that, within 4 candles, this is a solid move right here. That's actually a candlestick pattern right there. So if I look at stuff like that, and I see it too, like right there, that was a perfect entry to jump in.
And also for me, like you have this week right here, and we stay inside the week. So for me, it's support, and again, stayed inside this week. So for me, that's why this is a like a failure, or a W, or a M, whatever. So this is a failure. I didn't check the 10. Yeah, 10. So it's actually the same, and also the volume though. If we check the volume on it, let's check the volume just to show that. Where is it? Yes, it's here. So when you see the volume, Michael, you see, like, this is one of the biggest in this, let's say, the last maybe 20-30 minutes. So we had this big push to the downside, and it happened fast because I was watching, and at the same time I was reading the news about the deal with the UK. So I knew, like, from here, this push here, it was just to take the last buyers. So for me, like, when I start seeing like the clusters, and this one here was printed, like, I had more confidence just to hold the trade. And so, like, most of the time when we have big cluster on the top, straight continuation. If we don't get straight continuation, it means those are, like, there is not buyers. Maybe some like buyers took took let's say close their position or something. But yeah, when I start seeing this, like, okay, that's why I didn't want to see a deep retracement into this candle, because I saw
Right.
also this big. So my plan when I was in the trade here, I remember, like I said, if I start to see just small retracements, I am out. So, and then like just it was beautiful. That's what
Gotta
I would
love
say.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
They used to look like they stepped in right there and took full control.
yeah, yeah. And it keep continuing. Like you can see here, biggest cluster on this candle here, 128. So we came back here, creates another week. This is really good trade here to scalp. Took the previous week, come back close green, next trade green, and then when we took the highs, of course the price have to rest. So maybe I don't think that the sellers will step in here, but everything is possible. Like, yes, there is some big clusters here, but there is still no movement. So yeah, if we go to the 15 minutes just to see, I think we create the high of the week. Let's check. We create the high of the week. Let's see the weekly. Oh yeah, yes, we create the new high of the week. So we took this previous week. Okay. Yeah, we create new high of the week. Yeah, and if this guys, if this like sentiment continue like it is, like I think we're gonna break this supply.
Man.
Like I saw Trump like earlier today, like he said something like just go buy the stocks. He literally said it. Let me even show it to you. Oh, like he mentioned here, I think. Yeah. Now he's saying like I wouldn't be surprised if a trade deal reached with China, but he literally mentioned something like go. Yeah, here it is. at 5:39 my time. Better go out and buy stock now.
That's hilarious.
So
This guy is hilarious. What president has ever done stuff like this?
yeah,
guys, go buy some stocks.
go buy some stocks. Yeah, it's crazy. In any market, Michael, you want me to check?
I want to see the footprint volume on EU if you can.
EU. Okay, let's see. EU.
Yeah.
So Euro USD.
Yeah.
AU is AUD
No.
USD or EU.
EU. Yep, it's this one.
Okay.
Euro USD.
So let's see. Let's start with, because you are intraday trader. Let's check the 1 hour first. Let's check the 1 hour. Oh. Oh. You see this big cluster here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it was here some strong selling orders enter here with really negative delta. So we respect it. You can see here, let's see. Biggest cluster is -299, and we talked about this all the time. Big cluster at the lows. What I want to see, straight continuation, and that's what we got. Straight continuation. The thing is here at this candle, I think it's here where you said you will put your stop loss, like
Yeah, I'm in that
somewhere
set. My
here,
stop loss at 70.
like 1.12, 800.
Yeah, 1.270.
1, 2, yeah, okay. So we could come back, like we could see, like you showed earlier, or on EU, like you remember this second level, what you showed, that EU came back and you didn't take it again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show it even. Let's show it and then come back. EU. It was here. I don't know where, but
It's go on a 1 hour chart. Oh, there you
yeah.
go, right there. That's it right there. to the left.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what I didn't take.
Yeah, he didn't take this. I remember you answered literally here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember. So so I think in my opinion, like it's difficult the way Euro USD looks, that we will get the same price action. So just retracements again and then comebacks. If we will check the 6 EU, like it's, yeah, there is a lot, there is enough range at least to this like 9 is at least to the 1.11965. So there is enough range at least to come here. Yeah, I think it's, in my opinion, it's a good decision that you held. So let's go back to the delta.
Bad boy. Yeah, as soon as that thing touches that 200, though, I'm out. Like, all right, I'm out of here. I don't. This is good for me.
Yeah. Oh, we have some big order here at the low when there is no. Let's see. Not too big. Yeah. I think if we go above this 1.12560, you should, in my opinion, of course, it's you are managing the trade, but you should start thinking to close, because if we came back above it, we will go to this to the price where you will put like your stop loss somewhere here.
You said what price is it?
Like if we will break above 1.12560.
560. Okay, so basically 60. I'm in at 70. Well, my stop loss is at 1270. So 12 pips off what you said, or 14 pips.
Same price. Euro USD. Euro USD is here. Okay, let's check. Basically, it's around here.
Yeah.
So it's 1.12. Let's say 300. No, it's 290 somewhere there. So 1.12 300. Because you can see here, like we had some big clusters, and we are still holding the same area. So maybe the retracements will be a little bit bigger. That's why. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the volume, it looks good. Nothing worry, because what I like to see when we are trending is big volume at the start, and now like the volume is, let's say, 2 times less than how the move starts. So you can see here, if you check the volume here, the total is 2,000, 11,000, 6,000, 5,000, 6,000, 15,000, and then the volume here is like less, two or three times less or more. So yeah, the only thing like what I see here is this minus 592. That's, I don't want, in my opinion, the price to break above this area.
Right.
Let's check the 4 hour. How many minutes left to the 4 hour candle to close?
I think it is. It's 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours actually. It closed at 5.
3 hours. Okay. Definitely we have some big cluster on the top here. They push the price.
Yeah.
Here in the middle, just medium. So the only bad thing that could happen is just come back, like stop you out in profits, and then continue down. So this is the only thing like that could be possible.
That it
Just
could do,
take-
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, but definitely there is this 500 cluster in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, those
We'll
are
see.
nice though. Yeah, if it pull up a little too far, I'm gonna just close it. Because I ain't gonna give you none of this money back. This is mine now.
This is mine now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure from where we are reacting, but I think it's too far. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, never mind. Let's go back to check NQ. Okay, so NQ creates the new highs for the week.
Yeah, let's see.
Now we are retracing. Let's see how many points. Okay, so around 300 points. Okay, 357 points. Yep. Yep. Yeah. What you think, Michael? Hello?
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Michael?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, so
let's check out.
I heard your alarm.
I did want to show Bitcoin. I don't know if you checked it out, but it is definitely moving.
Ooh.
I swear, ever since I closed it, but you'd have been holding on to this thing for forever, like, because it's back at 100K. Look at this, and this is what I always like to point out, mind you. I said a close above this 50, he was in the game. Yeah, he was in the game after this, and it has not been down since. Since it closed above this, it has not come back nowhere near it.
To 100K level.
Yes, this is what I was pointing out. I didn't want to hold this over the weekend because it'd be gapping, but yeah, if you was to hold this, you would be at 1 for 1 already. Your stops would have been below here. That's why I had it. It would just now be hitting TP today.
But
how many days?
How many days? How many days? Let's calculate the swap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Almost 2 weeks you'd have been in this trade. 2 weeks of swap. Oh my God.
But maybe 400.
Yes. Like, dude, that is ridiculously high. Man, crazy swap with this. Right. But to take out the highs, he would be at like 1.7. So don't got too much more to go, to be honest. It's pretty close, but yeah, this is the trade that I took 2 weeks ago that is still up to this point right now. With, again, the same system, the same strategy. Now, I can't say that this would be an actual setup because technically it wouldn't be, because remember, you only get one W. But Bitcoin is different. It's its own monster. So you can't totally, like follow all of the rules with this. You got to be a little bit more stringent. Like, I wouldn't even try to short this. That's why I don't. But again, you will always be looking for moves off this 200 EMA. And they all happen just like this. As soon as it got around here, it played around a little bit, went up, played around a little bit, went up, played around a little bit, went up. And this is your long here, obviously, but all the way until the 5,200 cross back to the downside. Then you'd be short. But for right now, this thing is long.
Yeah. To be honest, I was wrong.
So yeah,
like,
Bitcoin
predicting the Bitcoin move. Yeah, I thought like I knew that level where we get the pump. I knew that if we will not hold this, I was saying like 42K, and yeah, we have this. I think it's this 80K level. Yeah.
Yep, I got in here. This is 87. Yep, I remember it was at 87,000. I got in here, like literally right when it's closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing looked crazy. Anyway, that's Bitcoin. What else we got? Never went back.
The NAS. NAS is preparing for
100.
I don't know. So let me show. Oh, Michael left. Yeah, so as we can see, like just the NAS, NAS is retracing. So we create a new high for the week. Now we are retracing. Let me show the chart. Waiting for Michael to come back.
Do it like the other two did yesterday. This is a funky move.
I think we lost Michael. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I think it came back in now. Whoa. You hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
now I can hear you. Yeah, we lost you actually for more than 3 minutes, I think, because I couldn't see your screen. Yeah, but it's lagging a little bit. I don't know why.
Okay, I think it's fine now. Now I can hear you fine, it seems like.
Yeah. Now I can hear you. I can.
Okay. Not sure what was going on there. Anyway, I'll start trying to present again.
Some technical issues. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be upset when my internet go out. I got oh, this is gold. I mean, no, this is
Yeah, now it's
silver.
okay now.
I want to get to gold. Wait, something wrong with trading V right now? Oh, okay. I can't tell what's happening. Sweet. So gold is actually attempting to set up, right? Because we have this already know when we have our. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So we got our 5,200 cross. We know we're in level 2. We're looking, in this case, we're looking for W's. Off the 200, right? Remember, when the 50 is below it, we're looking for M's. Just to kind of clarify on that. But right now, we're getting that first little area of, hey, this might turn into outside the band here, outside the band again right now. So this thing is still creating the first leg, but we want to see something like this back up here. All right. Put our and TP could take out these highs. That's almost a 1 for 2. This would be nice if this sets up. All right. In addition to that, we have our market baseline going below the static, right? For our reload. If this happens, I'm going to be all over this trade. Just like I said about EU.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to be all over this trade if this sets up like this. The other way around. EA obviously was the M off the 200. All right, let's go back to it really quick. All right, we got EA, the M off the 200. So the 5,200 cross. We got M's, right? And notice how the white is above the blue. So the 200 is above the 50 EMA. We got the reload once again, outside the band, inside the band, right? And it's always the very first time that price crosses, right? The first time that price interacts with the 200 EMA after the 5,200 cross. So notice once this 5,200 crosses, if you look where that M structure, right?
I think we lost.
In addition, look at the TDI, right? So you can see that outside. What'd you say?
Yeah. Now it's back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so this was the M off the 200, right? And then just going back to gold here, it's the same exact move, just the other way around. Right? Same exact thing. It's just now creating that first leg. Right? We got the 5,200 cross. And again, notice how the 200 is below the 50. That's what we're looking for W's. Get that reload here. I would definitely be looking for this later. Didn't happen today. We probably won't even happen tomorrow. Right? Especially gold been long for forever anyway. So to be able to get a setup going long, that'll be beautiful. As always. And the funny thing is, right, sometimes the pattern, you can't always see it crystal clear because it won't always do it. Like if it did it too easily, everybody would see it and it would be a whole nother thing. Right? Like it probably wouldn't even be valuable at that point. But if you look here, right, if you check this out, you can see that we have this W pattern here, right? We got the W pattern here. And then right here, the 1350 cross is level 1. But price has not come back to bounce off of it before the 5200 cross. So this went from peak low to level 1, then quickly to level 2 because price rise so fast, right? So there is no bounce off this 50. That's why if you look at the move right here, and this is why I always say you got to make sure you're paying attention. 50 cross, but the 5200 has crossed. Also, what happened if you look at it, traders were right here. They wanted to take this first time that price bounced off the 50. It was a nice shift candle and everything. And what happened? They smashed them, right? Because price wants to come back to touch this 200. When it's 5200 cross, it nearly almost has to do this. So you don't want to take that bounce trade right here going long if the 5200 has crossed. Otherwise, you get stopped out. This is exactly what will happen countless times. Trust me when I say it took me a long time to notice that. I lost countless trades over this. If I had to name 2 or 3 top reasons why I lost a lot of trades, like outside of psychology and risk management, of course, like purely TA, it would be this, right? I wasn't noticing for a long time that I'm still trying to take this bounce move, but the 5200 has crossed. So that's why I'm so adamant of saying, hey, when this happens, don't try to take this bounce. Take the W off the 200 or the M off the 200 with the reload, because this will happen majority of the time, right? So how I draw this pattern, sometimes it can totally skip level 1, right? Like it'll just go, I can't really draw it here, but yeah, it'll do something like this, right? Like this thing make the W, level 1 was right here and it went right to level 2, right? And you can only take this here.
Yeah.
You see how this correlates to this right here? Like the price ran up so fast that the 5200 cross to trade. You see what I'm saying here,
Yeah.
Amy? So
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is going to be a great setup when it finally does set up. Again, this might happen next week. We'll keep our eye on it.
Mona Lisa.
And I can't actually. Yeah, it might be. It might be a Mona Lisa. This thing might end up being gorgeous. So we just got to watch out for it. Again, it might take a second, but we just got to keep our eye on it. It'll be nice and smooth. And what else we got on the radar? Oh, you know what? I was looking at was it Euro GBP? Oh yeah, it was Euro GBP. This one was a very, very interesting move yesterday. I thought I was going to take this, but then if you notice here, the thing was huge. The stop loss was humongous, and I was risking $1 to make 45 cents, so it canceled itself out. I was like, oh no, this wouldn't work. So sometimes the setup will happen, even though it's not the prettiest setup. I like the price action on here, in the actual pattern. But if the R to R don't make sense, it's still a no trade, right? Now, if you look at this, you can see here that the 5200 crossed. So once again, we're looking for price to make this move off the 200 EMA. This doesn't count. It's just one tag to it outside the band. And if you look at this, the market baseline is still below the static. So that doesn't count. This is nothing. The move is over here, right? You got the outside the band clearly right here, right? Structure. So price, your stop loss should ideally want to go above that, right? You got your reload. You see the market baseline went above the static for the reload there. You know, we got this funky price action off the 200 here, right? Now it went. It came back, hit it, and then it dropped. This was, what time was this? This was at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? 4 o'clock in the morning, you would have tried to take this trade. You would have had your stops here. And this isn't a beautiful entry candle either, but let's say hypothetically speaking, you did take it. Well, yeah. And then even if you got to here, right? Because remember, price is going to want to bounce off this 800 EMA. So worst case scenario, you want it to be halfway, which it exactly is. You see it's 0.5. Right here is where you will move your stop loss to break even, just in case it end up coming back and bouncing off of here. Right. And it's end up going for, all the way for whoa, pretty low. Almost a 3-for-1. That's crazy. Yeah, that's actually crazy. It went from 4 o'clock all the way to 8 o'clock. This thing was gone for 4 hours. So not a bad move at all. But that was the first one. That's the move you would have wanted to take. It was this fake second move over here that you shouldn't take, really. I just was measuring it to see if it would have made it, and it didn't. Because you would have had your stop loss, your entry would have been here, your stop loss would have to go all the way above this point. Right? And your target would have been somewhere around here. So it's not even worth it. You literally would have been risking $1 to make 30 cents. That's not smart at all. And of course, you would barely be in profit right about now. So not a trade to take. But I'm really just pointing out how the strategy and the analysis of how the cycle goes is right there, clear as day. Once again, once this crossed, you got this and off this 200 and it dropped. That was the move. Now, if you're gonna be there to take the move every time, obviously that's a whole nother story. Or, if you can see the move, that's a whole nother story. But in and out I can't say every day, but every week for the most part, this exact cycle plays out all the time. It just looks different. We call it variations of the theme, right? Like this trade is the same exact setup as Euro AUD. It's for me a level 2 M off the Mayo. It's the same exact trade. They just look a little bit different. But it's the same setup. All the same rules are there. The same checklist, the same filter is still there for both setups. Right? It's one of those things where when she said, you kind of can't unsee it. It's the same exact move. Oh, I don't know why it looks like that. Yeah, same exact move, guys. Just beautiful. 5200 cross, M structure, short. Market baseline goes above the static for the reload, outside the band, inside the band, you're short. As soon as price closes below the 13, you're short. Right? 5200 cross. Uh, 5200 cross, in level 2, looking for M's off the 200 EMA. Right. And you got your outside the band right here. Market baseline above the static for the reload. You got the M structure. Short. Same exact thing. Just a different chart. This happens all the time, even on all time frames. All right. Oh, whoops, let me scoot that over a little bit. Level 1, level 2. That's it. I can't make this stuff up, guys. Wish I could. I just can't. Same exact move.
Beautiful.
Look at this. And look at this. It's the same exact thing. The same exact thing. It just looks a little bit different. That's it. Let's get a good 5-second glance at this. Same exact move. Same exact move. Level 2. All right. Level 2 occurs right here. Can't make this stuff up. That's all I can really say. This is literally identical. This is like the same exact move. So literally, I look for these every week, guys. Like every week. Level 1 and level 2. We end up closing the EU at 355. Gonna get it back together. I ain't finna be sitting here all day now. I already sat here all week.
I'm looking at the NQ. I want to buy.
Yep.
But still,
level 1, level 2. That's it. So this is super cool that y'all get to see. For one, that they even played out like this. But to be able to see what I mean when I say level 1 trades and level 2 trades. This is all I take every week. I don't take anything else. My setups have to occur in this one of these levels, one of my 5 setups. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all. Journaling, listening to motivational trader stories, interviews. That's it. Rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling, y'all. So level 1 and level 2, baby.
I will take a small buy. I will execute now if I can just show it. Just small scalp for a continuation. Let's see. Sorry, Mike.
On which one?
Just NQ.
Oh no, you're totally fine.
Yeah. So basically, just the idea is, let's make first profit here. Nice. Stop loss. Go here. So basically, why I answer this? It's right here. Oh, just this order here. I'm looking for a continuation and break of this small trend line. So this is the idea of this trade. And also, when you check the 15 minutes, we had this big push to the upside, took the previous week, close green. So I'm looking for continuation. For this next 4 minutes. Oh, big push, 40 ticks up. So let's see if we will take those highs right here. And then, yeah, just small scalp,
Nice.
1-to-1.
So just a little something.
Yeah, so it's looking okay. But I want, because there is a big order here, as you can see. I want to feel this, activate if there is any buy stop, and break this high. Yeah, there is this minus 100, minus 59 cluster. This 88 cluster is holding. So I need a big push. 4 minutes left. Let's see. Yep. Yeah. Let's see the top. Okay. We rejected this big order, but still we didn't close yet. So this big cluster here and this one right here. So we are between these buyers here and this potential maybe sellers. If they are not buyers, they will be sellers.
Right.
They are not buyers, they will be sellers.
Right. So let's get it together now.
So let's see.
What we got?
We'll get the break. Oh,
I must say this a lot. Right voice in my head saying I can't make this stuff up. I must say that a lot. Look, people, I can't make this stuff up. This just shows up on the chart all the time. I can't make this up.
yeah, but it's true. Like you will see us like repeating the same thing again and again and again and again. This candle, you will see me trading this candle. You will see me talking a lot about big candle. The size of the candle matter. So for me, when I see this big candle compared to these two previous ones, so at least when I want to scalp, I want to see a small retracement. So yes, maybe I am late to the party here, but still, it's valid.
Right.
If we will not break this during this 5 minutes candle, and I am still like green, I'm moving to break even. I need this 5 minutes to break. Let's see this 5 minute candle. Let's see. It's not breaking. Let's see the 30 minutes. Oh, it looks like okay. It's not that bad. Not that bad.
Nice. Means they got one last trade in at the buzzer.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. 1 minute left. 1 minute. We're still between this 88 cluster and this 136. What I want is this straight continuation, and we didn't get it. So I am 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. We are still holding the support, but I'm out.
Yeah.
What I want, just I don't like it. What I want to see, and it's really important. Yes, we could go right now, but what I want to see is straight fill in this order here. Yeah, this is the end of the session. Next time.
Right. As always. Hey, good job today, Aymane. You crushed it. I crushed it. We crushed it. Set an example for the traders. Following the trading plan. And that's how you do it, man.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. So cool. As always, it's always a good time kicking it with you, man. I'm gonna
same good
check
energy
you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Michael. Have a great day.